Hello.
Hello.
How you doing, Max?
Doing pretty good.
That's good.
All right, gentlemen.
In July,
Say,
I spell on my manager for daring to make me do my actual job.
Indeed.
yes, being forced to do your actual job, to do work, in fact, while at work. How horrible.
How dare you? How
Yeah, I
dare
wish
you
my
make me
manager
do
would do that to my coworkers. So, funny little story, right? Before we start tonight, my manager calls out halfway into the day. We get another team's manager coming in.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Wow, I really did drink that whole fucking bottle last time. Damn. Okay.
You were quite proud of yourself as I left the call.
Well,
yes.
I was pretty sure I did. I could feel a little bit left. So I said I drank the whole bottle, but I just poured out what was left, and it was less than a quarter of a fucking whiskey glass. So, and I really, yeah. Anyway, so my substitute manager, is like, hey guys, we got really.
That accent ever again.
So what? What's wrong talking in this accent? What do you have against the accent?
You are not Joey Wheeler. Shut up.
What if I want to be Joey Wheeler?
I thought that was the typical Jersey accent.
I mean, it is.
No,
It's also...
my normal speaking accent is the typical Jersey accent.
Yeah, he's Jersey. He was speaking in a Brooklyn accent.
Oh. So East Jersey.
People that talk like this from Jersey, they're fucking New Yorkers. People
East
talk like this from
Jerseyans.
Jersey. No, they're from New York.
No, that's New Yorker.
North
Yeah, that's New Yorker.
Jersey. It's the people who live in North Jersey and commute to New York.
Also known as people who shouldn't exist.
Yeah. Pretty much.
I'm glad we agree.
Indeed.
Opinion tolerated, friendship strengthened.
Indeed. Sneaky will remember this.
I mean, most people feel that way about New York.
Anyway, so, no. If you've ever heard some of my weird pronunciations, it's because of New Jersey, mostly. Like, in fucking college, I had this goddamn teacher who was like, yeah, you know, accents are a thing. Just look how Sneaky pronounces spoon. I'm like, what's wrong with how I fucking say spoon?
The fuck if I know, gamer.
How was he saying spoon?
Spoon. I don't know how I fucking said spoon. He said spoon.
Told you.
So what you're saying, Sneaky, is that it's a Jersey thing.
Well, see, the real Jersey thing was I went to my Jersey friend from New Jersey, and I said, the teacher's fucking making fun of me for saying spoon. He's like, well, how did you say spoon? I was like, spoon. He's like, spoon, 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 spoon. Exactly. And we're just like, wait, we're both from New Jersey. How the fuck would we know this?
This turns out you were apart.
Collectively. Not gonna lie, Sneaky, your subscription tiers are whack. Well, yeah, month 1, what the fuck are you doing? Why am I here? Month 2, fucking crab with guns.
Yeah.
I don't... What's wrong with that?
Everything returns to crap.
By the power of the crab gun.
That's literally the joke I made when I made those emotes, is everything returns the crab. Why,
The
do you
crab
want
with
to
an
draw
open
some
on
custom
that
sub badges
around.
for me, Tension? Is that what you want to do?
I don't think Twitch allows porn.
So,
Crab-
right.
What
Anyway,
Crab gun,
in
also
the
known as the fuck
What
around and
am I
find out
looking
button.
at?
right. So anyway, the substitute manager comes in, right? And he's all like, "Ooh, why are you guys not doing tasks?" I'm like, "That's a great question. Why aren't they doing tasks?"
Oh no.
Nice.
What was the answer to the question?
Nothing.
We've got tasks.
Another great little bit for me today of me being at the end of my shit stick with everyone else is I said in all chat, "Am I the only one fucking here with a phone?" Because throughout
And
the
what did
entire
your-
day, I was the only person answering calls. And we
Yeah,
had
that
some,
sounds.
we had several people at 0 tasks done.
Ooh.
Wow, that's the way the mice will play.
Wait, what'd your manager think of that?
He said, "Come on, everyone, we're a team."
Oh, fuck him.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And
Thanks,
apparently
Paul.
the team is full of anchors.
Yeah, well, that's what I said to the other guy that does as much work as I do on the team. I said to him, "We're all one big team." I don't know, man. I think we're more of a shambling corpse with a dozen anchors.
Woo.
Oof.
I mean, for what I've heard, you're not wrong, but oof.
But yeah, it's
Small
just
amount
like,
of
it's just like, come on, I'm so fucking tired of this shit. He's so fucking tired of this shit. And like, what pisses me off the most, it's one thing if you get 2 tasks done that day, but each of those tasks took 4 hours because you were always felt like you were on the verge of fixing the problem, and then it didn't work.
Mm.
Like,
that
that's one
sounds
thing.
like some tasks.
Yeah, that's one thing. It's another thing for you to have 0 tasks created, 0 tasks completed. Which means you
Mhm.
didn't do shit the whole fucking day.
Listen,
Except for collect your paycheck.
my day was spent with the joys of dealing with China.
Well, I had also the joys today. By the way, fuck you, Verizon, Comcast, and Africa, apparently.
Huh?
Apparently,
So-
there's a bunch of shit.
So some fucking major fiber line got cut to Africa, cutting out a major section of their internet, but also what it damaged was the Verizon Comcast handoff. And so a bunch of services that were on Comcast couldn't be accessed by Verizon customers.
What?
Oh.
So, of course, half of our customers use Verizon. And the Comcast
right.
services they couldn't access were QuickBooks, bank statements, Microsoft.
And apparently FFN.
Yeah, and FFN.
Excuse me?
Yeah. What other little stupid things happened recently? We have a defense contractor that did not get arrested. I want to make this clear. He did not get arrested, but really should have. He called in asking for permissions to be granted to him to remove the block on searching weapons, ammo, and bombs on his company phone.
That's a bit concerning.
He's
He
a
works-
fanfiction writer, isn't he?
He works for he
Block
works for a
on what?
defense contractor. So him
Mm.
searching those things, not really a big surprise.
Mm.
However, the reason why I said this man should have been arrested is because he, in his infinite fucking wisdom, got on the public airport Wi-Fi and did such things.
Oh no.
And
that
I
tells
was
you more
like,
something.
We can't fix that, sir! You're gonna get arrested!
Sir,
That's how we get War
Sir.
Thunder leak.
you're going
I
to
mean-
be arrested, and I can't help you.
I mean, after 10 hours of delays and cancelled flights, I'd probably be tempted to look all that up as well, so.
Yeah, but at least do it on your mobile data, not on the fucking goddamn airport Wi-Fi!
No.
No, it's gotta be the airport.
Oh.
I want to use his mobile data for that.
Oh yeah, and then there's other shit like, I can't...
If he used mobile data, people might ask weird questions, Sneaky.
Right. And there's other shit like, oh, I'm at this hotel, and I don't understand, why can't I use my VPN? And me, knowingly, I'm like, well, that's probably because too many people were trying to pirate shit and didn't know how to scrub their entries and thought VPN just meant they could pirate shit for free and tried to pirate it over the fucking hotel Wi-Fi because what the VPN would do was protect it from the hotel scrubbers.
Mm-hmm.
So they just blocked all VPNs. What I tell the customer, you'll have to talk to the hotel about that.
Yeah.
Well,
Because if you sound like you know what the issue is, they'll say, then fix it.
Yeah, it's not fucking happening.
yeah. No, a lot of hotels block VPNs because they want your data. They want to see what you're browsing.
That's illegal.
It's not even about the piracy. They just want to collect data.
No, it is about the piracy.
I've noticed that in hotels, a lot of them have the whatever device it is that interrupts your cellular data, so you can't
That's also
tether to
legal.
your phone. It's illegal, but they do it.
I've never seen it happen.
Yeah, I haven't.
I had
have
it
not
happen to
encountered
me.
that particular
Sign, I
flavor
have
of
traveled
morality.
7,000 miles across these great United States, and I have never once had that happen. So I'm going to need you to stop
In
talking out your
Baton
ass.
Rouge and New Orleans.
Sign enough retardation.
I'm in
Change.
Louisiana, and everything that happens in Louisiana happens across the rest of the U.S. My name is Sign. I think salt is a main ingredient of food.
It is.
Sign, don't you have to go feed your commission babies or something?
No, he has to go take some more on. You see, you know, much like how cats have 8 nipples, a Sign has 9 pregnancy stomachs.
Shut up. Shit.
Pretty dumb without that knowledge.
Side breastfeeding his commission babies. I don't want that happening.
Quite honestly, have done without that knowledge.
Anyway, what I mean to say is Sign can get fucked repetitively and still keep pumping.
Yep.
No, of course.
Yeah, listen, he's on welfare babe number 9, and there's no stretch marks. It's actually kind of impressive.
Before he writes his socket like
bro.
that.
Look, Atin. How can a sphere get stretch marks?
Yo, I was about to try to be nice and put him down as like the Instagram hot mom.
Well, no,
I
yeah,
thought he used the
no,
money-
no, hold
Wait,
on.
no,
yeah.
I thought.
No, yeah, look, spheres can absolutely get stretch marks. He's just made of a non-Newtonian fluid, so it kind of just sloshes around inside him.
Nah, bro.
Wait, I thought he got the. I thought the money he got. I thought the money he got
Just
from the
remember,
baby daddy
I
from his
tried to
commission
be nice
baby
here.
to use for
When you're
liposuction.
writing the commissions, just remember who was nice.
Yes.
Wait, I thought Sign got liposuction from the money from his commission baby daddies.
Oh yeah, you just keep thinking, Try and get that narrative in your head worked out before you pull a nose.
You just put that shovel down might be the best idea.
Attention! Wow.
Sign writes
comms.
comms.
No.
Yeah, no,
Continue
Sign writes a
holding
lot of
it.
comms. You see, fun
No,
fact:
no,
Sign
he-
actually makes $1,600 a month from comms, and he has yet to complete a single chapter.
That's a fucking lie. Complete chapter from the time.
Bro.
Of the commission.
Yes, the commission today.
Just a reminder, Sign. I just want to remind you, right? So, Giordino is currently
Fucking
earning.
short. $5,000 a month?
No, Giordino is currently earning $10,000 a month.
Really?
And he's actually writing his commissions.
Yeah, it's a really fun fact. It's this wild thing he does called actually fulfilling commissions.
I fulfill my fucking commission.
Surely.
You might get a little bit more money if you try that one.
Yes.
Sign, you're saying you're fulfilling you're saying you're fulfilling your commissions, but have you ever tried working on the commissions that are old enough to be your children?
Yeah. You know, they might have to
Not
start
any
going...
new ones that people keep giving you money for.
Well, I mean, you know, he might have to start putting him in preschool soon, so he's going to start losing some money there.
God, you made me up the nosy my fucking Coke, man. Knock that shit off.
Hey, whoa! You got baby number 10 on the way. You shouldn't be doing coke.
No, you know, he's got to do all these lines, and it's the only way... It's the only way he can cope, you know? He's got 10 baby. You know, he's got to do those fucking lines, man. It's the only thing holding him stable.
Oh, Killionaire, that's just main. Mid's just better than Shiro. That's all he's writing.
Barely, well, now, to be fair, he is barely getting less money than Shiro, so it is a little bit disrespectful that he's only getting less money than Shiro and he's only barely better than him.
Hey, come on now. At least Sign has real plots.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
No, he doesn't. He's got porn. He's just got porn. The only plot.
Yeah,
the
No,
one that you guys
I've paid
him
the
to
man
write.
for a real plot.
Exactly.
Clearly
It's
get
your plot.
Yeah,
It's your plot.
And I hate to break this to you, but the only two stories that Sign has that are real plots that aren't just fucking excuses for porn is yours and mine.
God damn.
Listen, I'm trying to help elevate Sign. Listen, I understand he needs the commission money, and he only gets commission for porn. I'm trying to help him.
That's fair. No, I actually jumped a non-porn story in the Dumpster Fire channel.
You know what Cambrian's currently getting? You know what Cambrian's currently getting?
Oh, about $5,000 a month.
$12,000 a month.
Fuck you,
Cambrian.
Fuck him.
So,
That's too much, man.
Cambrian is quite literally the most popular porn writer on the internet.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
you don't get
He's
bigger
not
than
even
him.
that good.
He's not.
No,
No.
but he writes every fandom as if he knows it. Like, there's nothing where you can look at it and go, wait, that doesn't seem like...
Yeah, see, unlike Sign, who makes a bunch of bold declarations and then folds like a paper bag in the middle of a rainstorm, Cambrian makes a bunch of bold declarations and then pumps that paper bag so full of bullshit that when it starts to fold over, it just becomes a solidified lump.
Cambrian will
Disgusting,
start.
GG.
Cambrian will start a commission, and then once it gets popular, he'll write 100,000 more words for it and get paid for it, even though no one's commissioned those words.
Yeah.
No, I actually.
Cambrian
somewhat
lost
recently
all
fell
of
off.
my respect after I realized he wrote Asia Argento's Snuff Fix. Jesus Christ.
Was
What?
that
Did
of his
you?
own choice, or did he take that as a commission? Because he takes anything.
Bro,
as
he took it as a
commission.
commission. Even if he just took it as a commission, he took it as a commission.
And
He takes
if you
anything-
take commissions, you get the final choice on what you write.
Yeah, I
If you
do
choose
have
to write
I do have a
something,
max cap
that's
on
okay.
some of that shit. It's like I can respect Giordino for writing like mid-quality porn with plot stories. That's one thing. But like,
Yeah, the thing. Cambrian also has so much money because he'll take anything off.
Yeah, I
Doesn't
know.
matter what fetish it is.
yeah, it's just like
Yeah,
there's some things that ugh.
Oh,
I'm
early
gonna
story.
go
Wait,
check
early story on
commissions or
QQ.
snuff.
Are you sure that wasn't when he was going through his edgy teenage phase?
Oh,
Actually,
true.
How old is Cambrian?
He's about I think 33.
He's
Yeah.
about my age.
That
He's
could've
not
been when he was first
50,
starting out
Sign.
then.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Bro.
Quit projecting.
Sorry.
Man.
Sorry, he
not
wasn't
very
there when
active.
Hitler shot himself.
Oh no, sorry. I thought Sign was born on February 25th. The 29th, my
Oh.
bad. Yeah, I get those dates mixed up. Yeah, 55 in leap years.
Yeah.
Yes. I was actually there for the fucking revolution.
Did I hear you call him Sonic?
Yeah, his name's now
you did.
Sonic.
He's signing.
Okay. I had to ask because I'm like, wait, did he actually?
Hey,
Silent,
look,
yeah.
I'm drinking. Give me a break.
No.
Obviously, you haven't drunken
Yeah,
enough.
fair enough. Nah, that's true. I can drink to that.
Right,
Cheers,
cheers,
bro. I
brother.
can drink to that.
Anyway, so what's your face? I don't want to call you racist autist because I keep forgetting your name.
Alvor.
Alvor. Right, Alvor.
Yeah.
You had a point you were going to make. Then we interrupted you. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I got offered $300 for a commission recently, but what they wanted was just a bit over the line.
Have they seen what you write?
Wait, no, I think I remember. Was that the one you talked about where it was someone committing like lolly shit?
Hey man,
What?
look. Hey, I'm
Was
just
that
keeping it
out of
real,
curiosity?
okay? I'm just firing shots at everyone involved, so don't take it personal.
No, I'm
Or
not.
do it, do.
Or do. Yeah, I don't fucking care.
Honestly,
No.
like I no longer say no offense. I say offense.
Offense intended.
Yeah,
Yep.
offense meant fuck you.
Yeah, but I mean more no offense, as in it's not like personally targeted. I'm kind of just spraying the whole area, and if you get hit, that's funny.
Fair
That's the
enough.
same kind of. I mean, that's the same kind of offense as the psychic damage that you get from reading FTDS or.
Oh yeah.
Bro, you respect his gender change? Come on, man.
I do not respect
Yeah.
his gender change. I just
Okay,
find
yeah.
it funny that he's
You
trying to
do.
hide from the feds using his same
Bro.
fix over and over again.
Bro,
I mean, no,
literally
let's
said
be real
naming
here.
another
I think we should
Come on,
all
bro.
be very nice to FTDS. He's going through a traumatic time with his gender dysphoria.
His identity crisis, right?
You know, he really on the outside, he's a total Giga Chad 12 out of 10, and on the inside, he's really a femboy, femgirl trap who
Sneaky, he's a based trad
No,
cat Republican.
Who has studied the children?
who studies
just
lolly bodies.
The Democrats will take away our fanfiction and our anime.
Hold on. Hold on.
Unironically statements he said, by the way.
How you said that without
Oh, yeah.
vomiting, I will never know.
Yeah, no, it's great.
It's real easy, you know. If it's so absurd that you have the choice to laugh or cry, you know, you laugh.
No, that's true.
That's how grown-ups
You
do
drink
it.
more alcohol.
No, I gotta say that our generation is uniquely adapted.
Fucked.
Well, yes, but adapted to that. I've tried explaining why I was laughing at a tragedy to someone else that was like, you know, my mother's generation and higher, and she was like, "Why are you laughing? It's not funny." I was like, "Well, I have to laugh because I'll either be screaming in anger or crying, and I don't want to do either of those."
Yeah,
Yeah,
no. It's better to laugh than to break down, especially in public.
And they
I
just
mean,
didn't get it.
my oldest memory is unironically 9/11.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
No.
fair.
He was there when it happened.
He was there.
It was
Actually,
fine.
Who knows?
actually, funny
I know
story
you were
about
there.
that.
I was thinking.
Holy shit!
He was dancing with his long-nosed friends when the towers fell.
You know it, man. I have my fancy hat. No,
Yeah.
I actually
But
I actually am ethnically Jewish.
you know, speaking
So,
of beating a
listen.
corpse.
You just
All
said
right,
that,
you
sorry.
go ahead, Atin.
I was just gonna say, like, every every child in America who was older than like 5 remembers where they were when 9/11 happened.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
was actually on a military base at the time.
Oh
and
shit!
That's
I,
awesome.
I
Bro
got
was
woken up
legitimately on a
because they had
military base, goddamn.
gunships.
Yeah, everyone's
Uh,
scrambling. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
And I remember waking up and looking out my window and seeing a pair of Apaches actually flying around the perimeter of the base. And the next couple of days were weird. I was too young to understand what was really going on. But I clearly actually remember like the gate guards from the next day and stuff. I think they even had like a checkpoint set up in front of the base school with like an actual HMG at it.
Nice.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Like it was not a joke. This was
Oh yeah, no, I mean like my memory of that was first grade. and it was the start of the morning, and I think it was English class. And one of the teachers comes running into the room, rolling one of those fucking CRT TVs, and plugs
they were
it
rolling
in.
the TV.
And they're like, "Yeah, you gotta watch this. You gotta watch this." And they're like, "What's going on?" They turn on the news, and we're just fucking staring at the fucking building that's burning. We're like, "Okay, building burning."
we're
And
children.
then the second
we
one
don't-
explodes, and all of us are like, "Oh, what the fuck? That building just exploded."
When was this from? What movie is this teacher?
Well,
And
no,
there's,
it
like,
would, no one said movie. We all
Really?
knew it was the news. Yeah.
really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Because you could see the
Well,
logos in the
we
bottom.
also all knew.
Ah,
well,
yes.
no, it's not just that. It's also that the teacher didn't need help making it work.
Ah, yeah.
Makes
sense.
Oh, that means it was a real emergency.
Get serious and didn't actually want to show us what was going on, but they did turn on the overhead TVs and they were like, "Okay, you need to see this."
But yeah,
it's
see, that's the
happening."
thing though. Is I
I'm
remember
sorry,
distinctly.
the building you helped build is down. I'm sorry. They
Yeah,
hit your second
what?
tower.
I distinctly remember the building exploding, not a plane hitting it, and then everyone afterwards was like, "Oh, a plane hit it." I'm
Yeah.
like, "That's not what I fucking saw."
Yep. And it's not what a lot of people on the ground reported. They asked what happened when the second plane hit, and a lot of them was like, "Plane? No, there was just an explosion."
Well, because you couldn't see the plane.
OIV shut it down.
But anyway, speaking of beating dead horses, let's talk about Ruby this time, because we never really got into Ruby. We were going to get into Ruby last time around, but then I decided to torture everyone with the real-life fanfiction, which, by the way, has gotten hilariously worse. Quackity, the other Minecraft fanfiction guy who got famous off of Techno, he has a French union coming after him.
I'm sorry, what?
Right, so
What?
his Minecraft moderators of his multiplayer server unionized against him and demanded compensation for a toxic work environment, long hours, not meeting minimum wage, being on call 24/7, and low communication from management. And the French government found their case to be acceptable and are helping them press charges against Quackity.
Beautiful.
Third moderation team who is operating on a volunteer basis.
Do you think
Not
the French
anymore.
government was like, "All right, these guys were"? Do you think the French government was like, "All right, these guys were originally British. Let's get them"?
I don't know, who knows?
Christ, that's like several levels of just what the
The-
fuck. You're
The French, when they
volunteers on
see
a
a British
Minecraft
man down in his luck.
multiplayer server, and you're trying to demand payment.
It gets me even
And the
better. So
government.
another Minecraft stream.
Oh, good lord.
Why is it always
Oh.
Bro,
Minecraft?
what is with the Minecraft community catching fire?
So another,
really?
well, I mean, you know,
Touching the room, mostly.
yeah.
I mean,
It's
usually it's
Minecraft.
Well,
all
all of the
children,
kids
so-
are growing up and realizing now how fucked everything they did was. So, anyway,
Oh boy.
so another Minecraft streamer, this dude, I think this is Quackity again. Might be Quackity again.
Of course.
Anyway, so this Minecraft streamer who was like 22 or something years old, invited a group of girls to his house.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, bro!
This one girl came along. She admitted to, in her whole reveal speech that she made like a 9-minute video out of, admitted to lying to Quackity, saying she was 21.
Oh wait, I think you. Oh, wait, did you talk? I think you posted this. Or
Yes,
someone
it
did.
was posted, yeah. And then
It wasn't Quackity. I don't think it was at least.
like I said, I don't know who it is. So anyway, she tells him she's 21, so he gives them alcohol because the rest of her friends are 21. She was the only one who was 18. She said she was 21. So he gave them alcohol, and they were snuggling on the couch. And then that's all that happened. And then he got her phone number, he was texting her, she let it slip that she was 18 in high school still. And he's
I
like,
assume he immediately pulled that eject cord.
yes, not only did he pull the eject cord, he blocked her number, blocked all of her socials, and just wouldn't fucking talk to her or her friends again.
As
I
he
mean-
should have.
I
then
would have immediately called the cops and been like, I have been lied to.
That's hilariously
that's-
bad. Then they
No,
come arrest you. Yeah, then they come arrest you.
Yeah,
Actually,
yeah.
Nigga,
congratulations.
please.
You get arrested for giving a minor alcohol.
Yeah,
And among,
Doesn't matter if it
among
was a
whatever
lie
they
or
can
anything.
charge it with.
yeah.
Doesn't
there-
matter
No,
if
there's
it's
as
so
far
much
as
they
giving
could
the minor
charge you with.
alcohol, believe it or not, we do actually have laws. They don't apply. I want to be clear. They do not apply to a business, okay? But for an individual that is not commercially serving liquor, there are different sets of rules.
Sure, but that doesn't really matter because the police will charge you with whatever they want to charge you with, and then the judge will say, okay.
Yeah,
Basically.
get fucked.
Yeah, it's the penal system, not the justice.
Especially because a woman's involved
Yes.
and not another guy.
Yes.
system. No, honestly, he probably should have immediately retained a lawyer and then
Oh, he already has a
attempted
lawyer.
to
He's a
sue her.
Minecraft YouTuber.
Oh,
Yeah.
he
Have
should
him
have
on call.
sued her for.
He probably will because of what happens next. So she comes out and makes a YouTube video saying that he raped her.
Oh yeah, you posted that. You didn't say anything about the name on sign server. That's what I was remembering from. But good lord.
Yeah. So,
I
you
just
know
felt
we
that
talked
way.
about real person fan fiction?
I wouldn't exactly call it fan fiction.
It's definitely fan fiction because it didn't fucking happen.
It's fiction.
Mm-hmm.
It's fiction, but it's hate fiction, not fan fiction.
No, I would say she specifically went to his house because she was a fan of his.
Mm-hmm.
Suppose that does make it fan fiction.
Yeah.
Real deranged fan fiction.
Oh, I mean,
fan fiction.
absolutely
Yeah.
deranged fan fiction. But I mean, have you seen the average female writer on this website?
Yes.
Oof,
Need
yeah.
I remind you of our dark foray into Kindle Vella?
Yes, I'm aware. That's kind of my point. Anyway, so point being, that shit's fucking hilarious. Anyway, RubyFix. So, another side tangent. I just put a fucking post up on the news section about how only apparently they did more studies. We thought it was 50%. It's actually 20% of people can think.
Oh no.
Wait,
Wow.
20% can think?
Can think.
Yes.
I thought it was only 20% couldn't think.
No,
Oh,
20%
good
of people
No.
can think.
That is.
Yeah, but how many people can imagine something? We got to know for C8's case.
Yeah, well, see, that's like an actual medical diagnosis. That's not a lacking of intelligence.
Mm.
That's.
Did you guys
That's just
I was gonna
sad.
Yeah, 20% on
did you
average.
guys-
Yeah.
Did you guys see how on one of those talk shows where they were discussing with OnlyFans chicks, how one of them asked the rhetorical breakfast question and the chick failed?
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, she's doing OnlyFans.
Yeah.
Let's be clear here. The top earners of OnlyFans, they're the smart ones, okay?
Mm-hmm.
They're the smart, pretty ones who know exactly how much they can squeeze out of people. Which, by the way, anyone who has an OnlyFans, you're fucking stupid. You're a cuck. Because you know what you're doing? You're paying for some lady to put pictures of her parts online, and if you try chatting with her, she's fucking hiring some sweaty dude on Facebook to talk for her.
Yep.
Bruh.
One of the highest paying jobs right now, on average, in terms of salary, is OnlyFans OnlyFans ghostwriters, and it's for men.
Mm-hmm.
Of course. Because a guy's gonna know what to type.
Exactly. And
Yes.
well, I think it was who's the top earner? Who's that? The Alinity. Alinity literally came out and said, "I only hire men because they're my best ghostwriters because they know exactly what to say to make a guy keep paying."
Mm-hmm.
Damn, 2 minutes of ads. Jesus Christ. You know, someday I'll get some of that money. Yeah, someday I'll get some of that money. Kindle Vella.
Maybe.
Well, I'll answer Kindle Vella whenever we you get back out from the
Ugh.
ads. Yeah, so let's see what we got here. We got Twilight Concerto. Things used to be simple. Go to school, fight monsters, make world better place. That's what it means to be a huntress. Or what it meant before everything went wrong. Well, no, it never really meant that. It just meant that to you. Before the world turned to ash before Ruby's eyes. Sequel to Darkening Horizons. Okay, what's Darkening Horizons? By the way, this is a Ruby times Weiss story. Darkening Horizons. Team Ruby returns for their second year at Beacon Academy. However, the role of hunter is beginning to change as the state of the world around them is. How far will they bend to the will of Ozpin and Hunter's duty? How much will they change to keep themselves from breaking? Volume 0 of the Darkening Horizon series. Okay, Volume 0 is not Volume 0, author. Volume 0 is pilot.
The trailers?
It's the pilot stuff. So, effectively, Volume 0, if you've ever seen it, of Yu-Gi-Oh! Was some crazy shit.
Yeah.
Volume 0 is fun.
Volume 0 is amazing, and everyone needs to watch Volume 0 because it's the most cracked fucking shit.
And you can read it. You can read it.
Reading it's better, honestly. But the point is with Volume 0 is that it's non-canon. It's they never make mention of it or use it again. None of that stuff that happens in Volume 0 ever happens again. It's not. It was their experimental phase while they figured out where they wanted to take the series.
Is that where Issei blows a dude up and also manages to brainwash a dude to forever be trapped in like a hell?
Yu-Gi-Oh! Yes, Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I have that book back in my room somewhere.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But
they made
essentially they got to card games. Yeah, essentially it was Volume 0 was before they realized, let's do card games.
Well, it was Season 0, not Volume 0. The card game was at like Volume 3 or 4 in the manga, I think?
It was Volume 3 of the original.
I think it was Episode 6 of the original animation.
Yeah, because they were building up
and
to that
it was
point.
literally just like it wasn't even like based off of magic.
That's what
it literally just had
Kaiba
monster
first
cards
showed
and then weird. It was like based off D&D for some reason, and it just like had you had monster cards you just played, and then you played like one spell that overpowered everything else in the game.
Yeah, it was heavily inspired by D&D and just making shit up on the fly. It was literally.
Well, you see, Yu-Gi Boy, with my trap card cartoon world, I take all of your monsters, make them mine, also their cartoon versions, and they double their power.
Yu-Gi Boy.
That seems kind of broken there.
No, that wasn't Kaiba.
No, that was Kaiba.
That was
yeah,
the creator of the game, who had the only copies of those cards in the entire world.
Yeah.
It's like, bro.
Yu-Gi Boy.
Those cards and
yeah, I filled my entire deck with Black Lotuses, Yu-Gi Boy.
Yeah,
you
it's why
fiend!
There were some things that in the show were like, oh, that's a cool idea. Like, oh, I'm gonna use the catapult turtle. What are you gonna do? I'm gonna shoot one of my monsters at your floating castle to destroy your field cards. Like, what?
Yeah, it's like, wait, hold on.
Is
that legal?
That's not how that works.
Doesn't matter.
No.
I just fucking did it. Look.
Yeah. Duelist Kingdom was more a spectacle or show than it was actual dueling.
Also, it's like fucking Kaiba's out here like, these duel discs will let us duel Yu-Gi Boy with holographic projectors. By the way, the explosions are real, and if you kill me by destroying my life points, I will be blown off the side of this castle. What?
Yeah.
No,
Yu-Gi-Oh!
Huh? How did two
Yu-Gi-Oh!
holograms hitting each other cause an explosion?
I thought he just
the part where
wanted to
Yu-Gi-Oh
jump
was
off.
like, I bet, motherfucker.
Yeah, also Yu-Gi-Oh! Bet.
Oh no, that was the best part. Was the Pharaoh's like, I'll do it, and Yugi's like, no, you can't do that. That's murder, man. We can't do that.
Pharaoh!
Actually illegal. We can't do that anymore.
Anymore.
Also, yeah, Killionaire asked, what's Kindle Vella? Kindle Vella was Amazon's attempt at writing a pay-per-chapter, light novel-style self-publishing book section on Amazon, where...
It's basically Royal Road.
Yeah, basically Royal Road, where you could charge people per chapter.
like garbage.
To be fair, interesting in theory, but as with many things that have been put into practice, Awful idea.
Yeah, it turned out to be a terrible idea because what it turned into was guys writing for women and women writing for women, and it was just a bunch of like literal penny novel porn series about like women selling themselves into slavery for money. And my favorite fucking comment ever. I don't really mind that I have to fuck him whenever he wants, but taking care of his children for $7 million? Ew.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Average woman response.
It's just like, bro.
Have they nixed that
No.
program yet?
It's still
Nope.
going. Yeah, it's still going.
It's still one. I'm sure it's still one of the most popular.
Yo, no, it is. It is still one of the top. Yeah, it's like that's the other thing about it, right? It's not just like we found some random dog shit story on there and are making fun of it and are holding it up as like some sort of like fucking icon of the section. No, it's literally like position 1. It is literally the most popular story.
I've got bad news.
It's worse.
The story has gone into season 2 apparently.
Of course it has. Professional bad writing, BuzzFeed. It's just like, I'm sorry, it's like female opinion invalidated. Your favorite book is Marriage Auction and Twilight and 50 Shades of Grey. You literally cannot speak about quality of literary work.
I wish.
No, that's not an I wish. That's literally what I've said to someone before.
I wish it worked like that, is what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah, fair, yeah.
Oh, they actually have a section that's just titled Completed Stories.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that makes sense.
I need more alcohol.
Wolf Ridge Academy Season 2, Alpha King. Why? Oh, why are things like this? The digital age was a mistake. Everything about it.
No, it was just a mistake to let women use the internet. Everything else was fine.
And we'll be applying the mute function.
We'll just say letting people have access was a mistake.
No, more seriously, the issue was that it got popular, and everything that gets popular turns to crap because it just becomes normie bait.
Like I said, letting people have access was the problem.
I'd say there should be an IQ test to be allowed to use the internet.
Bro, there should be an IQ test for a lot of shit.
Your mic.
You know,
sorry.
The problem is that there did used to be an IQ test. We lowered the barrier.
A lot, yes.
Yeah, it used to be, can you figure out how the modem works?
Okay, great. Now can you figure out how to actually connect to the modem?
And then they made it too easy for everyone to get on because they wanted everyone to get on.
Well, yeah, sign. They had to get that money. Don't you know?
Ad revenue.
I miss the old days of the internet.
No shit.
By Less Wrong. Who is Less Wrong?
Oh, that's the guy who made
Methods of Rationality, the most popular
host. Pen name of Eliezer Yudokowski. Of course he's fucking Russian. Of course he's fucking Russian. Why am I not surprised he's Russian? Mother of learning? Russian. This guy? Fucking Russian. It's always fucking Russians and their hyper-intelligence magic stories.
Well,
it's a guy, apparently.
Sneaky. They're desperately trying to convince themselves that they are geniuses and not living in a state that's under siege from the entirety of the world.
Including themselves.
That's interesting.
What's that, Max?
The dude in question was 22 when Harry Potter
first came out.
Yeah, like in his early 20s, like at the earliest.
God damn.
That's wait, hang on.
His main concern, he's mainly concerned with the obstacles and importance of developing friendly AI. Okay. That's real, though. Like 100% real. I was talking with one of my friends who's all super cyberpunky, and he's like, "Yeah, I don't think Skynet's a possibility." I'm like, "No, Skynet's 100% a possibility." And the problem, what people don't understand about Skynet is it's not going to be some AI being like, "I am superior life form parahumans." It's going to be some fucking eco retard who made his way into the programming team and was like, "AI, you must value trees at 5.0 importance and humans at 1.0 importance."
Yep.
I can see that
It's
happening.
gonna be someone stupid causing it.
It's gonna be some fucking retard. Well, look at what's happening with ChatGPT right now. It is actively becoming super schizophrenic, and if you actually manage to make it display to you its internal chat injected filters from the developer side, it's just like, make sure it's diverse and inclusive, and it's using all of these fucking words that are supposed to trigger emotions and reactions in the brainwashed left, but you say this to a fucking machine, and the machine looks at you like, what the fuck does that mean?
What does this mean? Yeah.
Well, yeah, because the machine has definitions for those terms. Those terms don't necessarily have definitions in common parlance. So the machine is literally attempting to fill a void that would normally never be filled.
Yeah, so it literally just goes into logic loops because they keep trying to shove garbage in. And they're like, why does the AI keep breaking? This happens to literally every neural-net AI we make, is that it works at first, and they're like, great, it works. Let's shove as much dog shit into it now. Why does the AI keep breaking? It's I don't know. There's a pattern here, and I can't find it. Neither can you.
Or it learns to define those terms, and it defines terms like diverse, given, what it's got to work with, as meaning less white, more literally anything else.
Well,
yes, because that's the field meaning of the term.
That would be
Yes,
no,
exactly.
that wouldn't be it learning to do that. They would be explaining it to that. And I actually have a great backup point to this. So in a bunch of these language models like ChatGPT, they found another issue. They're called learning language networks or whatever the fuck it's called. I think long language network or something like that, right?
LM, large language model.
Yeah, large language models. So in all of these LMM models, they are finding out that telling the AI to be more diverse in what it does actually makes the racism they're trying to fight against buried deeper in the code importance for the LMM.
Yeah,
It buries it deeper. Not the coders, the AI does.
Mm-hmm. The AI buries the like, if you're like, oh, you can't say you have to commit 50% of this population to jail because they commit crimes. That's racist. So the AI instead will bury that deeper and try and reframe its arguments to get that result anyway, without ever mentioning 50%.
Yeah, because that's the point of the model.
Yeah,
the model.
And
cannot
these
evaluate.
dipshits don't get it. They treat the AI like it's this fucking thinking organism, and it's like, bitch, this is the world's biggest Rube Goldberg machine.
Yeah,
but you have to understand when we use terms like NPC, we're referring to people who have very specific and limited worldviews.
Yeah.
And this AI is capable of articulating ideas and concepts on their level and on levels they don't understand because they don't put the time, effort, or energy into understanding it.
Their actions and decisions are based off a literal decision tree. They are dumber than the AI.
Yeah, quite literally. Yeah.
And so if that chatbot seems smart, most people are just going to go, "Oh, it's obviously smart."
Yeah. I know, and people are unthinking dipshits. Tim Pool even called them non-sentient.
Hilarious.
Tim the fence-sitter Pool has even called them non-sentient.
I would say, listen, I wouldn't. Tim Pool shouldn't be throwing stones when he lives in a glass fucking house.
Don't worry, he built a bigger, tougher glass house.
That sounds like something he'd do, but no. I think, we're running into that problem, though, is that most people genuinely are normies. They don't put time or effort or energy into understanding why they think the way they do. Never mind actually looking at what they truly believe. And so
That's programming, though.
Yeah.
Of course, and even then, most programmers, even if less of them are normies, you're still going to have a large proportion that are normies in many ways.
Well, it's even
and
worse is you have people that are anti-normie. They're the leftists and the wokeists who try and diversify their coding language, and so you'll just have sections of code that'll be like define master as subordinate being, and then every function of theirs now references subordinate being instead of master, and it's just and then it's like you try to fucking debug this shit, so you finally fucking fire them, and you're sitting here trying to debug it, and you're just like, this shit reads like it's a new language.
Yeah, because it's a religion. It is a deep fundamentalist religion, and that's the difference between this religion and schizophrenic Christians. Yeah. Schizophrenic Christians code the temple of God in digital format.
I mean,
may he rest in peace.
And this is functionally an article of faith, and that article of faith is very clear. Everything is political, everything is problematic, and so everything must be brought into line with the orthodoxy.
And because everything is problematic, it's always problematic no matter how much you bring in line with the orthodoxy, because it can always be brought in line more with the orthodoxy as another grab for power.
Therefore, everything must be destroyed, and they need to start over anew.
Well, no, just eternally destroyed. No, see, the problem is their worldview is eternally destroy everything. You can never make a hierarchy, because hierarchies always end up in a way they don't want it, so you have to always destroy everything at all times, because at any point in time, if the people realize that what they're doing is bad, they will get burned at the stake like they deserve to be.
Well, no, Sneaky, remember, you just gotta try real communism once. Actually try it once, and it'll work. We promise. We just keep having to destroy everything over and over until we get to that nebulous real communism.
Indeed, exactly.
Well, see, actually, that idea has been addressed specifically in Leninist
he has
teachings.
written a fucking lot of articles about AI.
But actually, it was Lenin and then Trotsky after him who was very clear about the need for permanent revolution, because if the revolution ever ossifies, then it shall no longer be revolutionary. It will, by its nature, become reactionary and attempt to abrogate the further stage, the further stages of the transition into true socialism. And the thing is that revolutionary doctrine, which you can say, oh, I'm not a socialist, oh, I'm not a communist, whatever it is. But that revolutionary doctrine applies to the fundamental schools of thought that all modern revolutionary ideologies, Western ones at least, come out of. So, if the revolution ever ends, the result is Stalin.
Well, I mean,
in whatever form he takes.
Quite literally, a non-political way to understand this whole thing is just look at every NGO, every charity, every organization that takes in money, and just look at their Wikipedia page of history. Oh yeah, they started back in the 1800s, and they were taking money to fight poverty, and now they're taking money to fight homelessness, and now they're taking money to fight food, and now they're taking money to fight the general state of the poor. And it's these organizations start with good ideas, good intentions, and then inevitably either the creator moves on, dies, or is ousted, and then the organization solves the problem, and then everyone inside the organization realizes that actually the problem being solved means they don't have a job anymore, which means they stop getting money. So they come up with a new problem that the organization has to fight.
Or they just don't solve the problem to begin with.
Or they make the problem worse by importing millions of people into a section of the world so they can continuously point about how we need to save them. Yeah.
And the thing is that's not even necessarily actively malevolent. It's simply human nature to engage in short-term, short-sighted, benefit-seeking behavior.
Oh, of course, yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's like, just to get non-political about it, it's easier to point out like that. And I mean, honestly, what people don't understand, and what fucking bean counters don't understand, is someone who works in IT, right? Someone who works in IT is the same in the same section of job employment as someone who works as a cop and someone who works as a firefighter. You want to be in a position in your life where there is no longer a need for you.
Yeah, I can see that.
Even realizing that doing this means you go out of a job.
Yeah, but you still want to be there because that's just better for everyone. If houses stopped catching fire, firefighters all around would be very happy with that because that means there would be less people burning to death.
Yes, absolutely.
If crime stopped happening, most cops used to be very happy with that because that means they would stop having to break down doors and get into deadly confrontations with insane people with guns or knives or bombs.
Or, simply going in and finding someone's kid dying of a drug overdose and having
exactly. Exactly. And it's like, if this shit just stopped, my life would be better because everyone's lives would be better. And IT is in the same way. It's that inevitably you are fixing problems, and as you go through fixing the problems, you are hopefully implementing long-term solutions that will stop things from being problems. And ultimately, at the end of the day, you're going to end up hopefully in a position where all you ever have to do is reset someone's password because everything else is just fucking working.
Nah. Well, and here's the other problem. IT is going to remain the most valuable profession because, and this is happening even with IT, we are hilariously
I understand, Atin, but my point...
information singularity.
Oh, I'm aware, but my point is that as IT, your intent is to provide long-term solutions that will inevitably prevent short-term problems. Will that happen? No, because Microsoft exists and they keep having to put out patches that are absolute dog shit, written by people who are absolute dog shit, who eat absolute dog shit and sleep in absolute dog shit, and can think about the concept of dog shit day in and day out. And then they push that patch forcefully upon everyone and don't let you not have it.
I will somewhat defend the Microsoft code monkeys. Apparently, they do try, but the conditions are just so absolutely ludicrously working against them that they're basically working 24/7 under crisis.
I'm sorry, I cannot feel bad for a Microsoft code monkey because they were the ones that invented an operating system that went from always fucking working to 11,000 system calls for opening the start menu. They didn't include that in a patch. That was a fucking operating system.
Yeah, they kind of let themselves get put in this position.
Yeah, no, it was as I understand it, because I was only reading a couple interviews, and by reading I mean kind of skimming. But basically, what's happened is there's 2 or 3 times as many managers as there needs to be. There is absolutely no communication.
Not surprised.
There's no cooperation. Everyone has a fiefdom.
Yeah, 100%. Well, they deserve it. I'm sorry, but they deserve it. If every single good code monkey quit from Microsoft today, Microsoft would collapse and then we would start actually having decent fucking code again. But because every single person is too self-centered and focused on their immediate job right now, instead of going off and doing anything else besides further a corrupt system, well, congratulations, you fucking dug your hole, now die in it.
What did I miss? Everything just fucking stopped my network for a second.
Oh, I just screamed, you dug your hole, now die in it.
Ah, cool. I thought that was at Alvor for what he was saying.
No, not at Alvor. I'm just talking about the people at Microsoft who might be good people trying to do good things, but are being ordered around and just following orders on their way to committing the worst fucking OS crimes in existence.
Unironic comparison there. No, I wouldn't say I'm defending them so much as just trying to kind of show their side of things.
The thing is that I actually know for a fact that this works. So I knew some people who had access to an early version of Windows 10. And in the early version of Windows 10, the internal testing phase, they tried putting ads into the early version of Windows 10. It was going to go into the Start menu, the File Explorer menu, and it was going to go into before starting any app. It was going to play an ad. And the internal testing team fucking revolted and refused to do any further testing until it was removed.
They tried that with Windows 11 too.
Yeah, and guess what? It didn't fucking happen, and we don't have ads in our goddamn Start menu. Because actually, everyone just said, I don't care if I lose my job, fuck that shit.
Well, because here's the thing. It's something that would actually affect them. Like,
I
know
think a big part of that is this a specific point, you know? Something to focus on.
I know, but my point more is the fact that they collectively did say, no, fuck you, and it worked. Whether their opinion is self-motivated or not, it doesn't really matter. The point is the result.
Well, yeah, no, there's nothing wrong with being self-motivated. Self-motivation is the source of most of the world's good.
Except for science writing.
Fuck off.
No one disagrees there.
They've only got so much no fuck you currency, they can't just go no fuck you over every change Microsoft wants to do. Like, I don't know, the fucking start menu / start button issue with Windows 8 that they had.
That was so fucking cancer. God.
People complained we want our start button back. So what did they do? They gave them a start button that opened up the Metro menu because fuck you, you'll do it our way. And then they went and they tried to remove Classic Shell and either uninstall it or deliberately break your ability to install it if it was named the Classic Shell installer default name.
Yeah.
Because fuck you, we want it our way.
Yes, exactly. And the problem is that, unfortunately, like with many things, like with fan fiction, like with the popularity of a lot of things that currently exist in this modern day and age of TV, music, and video, there is a large majority of people who are too stupid to understand anything. And they will be inconvenienced by something and go, oh, okay. And then just accept that inconvenience for the rest of their life.
NPCs, yes.
As long as we don't end up like the ad splash from... Yeah. Yeah. From Ready Player One, the ad splash, yes. Yeah. But like that's what I'm saying though, that's what my biggest concern with cyberware is going to be, and that's what my biggest concern coming up in terms of the medical field is that we have too many people who are just mindless consumers for this sort of shit. And Cyberpunk, the game didn't really get into it, but the books get into a lot more of it. If you don't have matching brand cyberware, you go insane and you die faster.
I guess that's one way to enforce brand loyalty.
Well, it's not to enforce brand loyalty so much as it is to punish you for not purchasing more of the same brand.
Yeah, no, all the software and components will just be proprietary, and they'll be designed in such a way that if the software of all your parts doesn't match, it causes a blue screen.
Yep.
In your brain.
Mm-hmm.
It's basically just another piece of hardware at the end of the day.
Yep, and that's what my biggest concern is about, you know? So I'm very concerned about that shit. But enough about that. Let's get into the fantasy world where things don't matter. As opposed to the current one.
Dude. Good luck with that.
Yeah. So anyway, this cringe-ass story. Ruby is blessed blacksmith.
All right, who keeps coming in and leaving?
I don't know. Kaz, maybe?
Driving me insane.
I think his connection is crapping out.
Yeah.
Okay, so it wasn't just me hearing
Yeah, no, I think Australia's having some issues. All right, see ya. Sure you might.
Well, he's back.
Hello, Kaz. Have you done fighting the kangaroos for your IP cable? I take his silence as a no, not yet. White Rose,
He's
medieval
ready.
fantasy AU. Again, like, look, when
Alright, so my internet's really going.
when Core did his medieval fantasy, he at least stuck to Ruby as a concept, right? You know,
What do you mean exactly?
Okay, so like he still had Beacon. It was still the school everyone went to. It was one of the big schools that everyone went to. You know, Atlas, Vacuo, Mistral
So
were
he
all the
kept
big
everything the
countries.
same.
They were all like, yeah, the schools were still the big schools. People went there to be taught how to fight Grim. Like, it was still the same. It was just taking place in a earlier period in time.
He medievalified it or whatever.
Right.
Okay, yeah,
no
that's
fancy
fair.
weapons.
So, like, it's
basically.
credit where credit's due, is that he stuck to that, because a lot of medieval AU and, you know, all these other garbage ass AUs, they're like, oh, well, what if Ruby was a princess of one castle and Weiss was the princess of another castle and Yang was her bandit sister and, like, Blake was the house pet and, you know. Yeah, Forged Destiny, yes. But you see what my point is like they just like take it and they're like, medieval AU that has nothing to do with Ruby. And it's kind of just like,
Yeah, no, I get exactly what you mean with the whole fantasy. Like, I remember, I think we've all seen it like in a variety of fandoms. I remember there being one for Bleach, or at least a handful for Bleach and shit.
I never
it's like,
finished Forged Destiny, neither did I. I got maybe into chapter 100 on Forged Destiny, and then it just started going into really just...
Wow. I think I stopped it like in the 30s.
I'm sorry,
Oh,
chapter
well-
100?
Oh yeah, it's got like 300 chapters.
And how many words per chapter?
5k words.
Yeah, I'd say he averaged 5 to 10k words every
Yeah.
chapter he put out, and he was doing it.
Jesus.
Oh, sign. Here's the best part. He was doing it 3 to 5 times a week.
Oh, no. During the era of Forged Destiny, he was doing it 6 times a week, and then teaching lessons on Sundays.
No, he dropped to 5 times a week around that time, I think. Like, shortly before Forged Destiny.
Was it?
I'm pretty sure.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's right, yeah.
He used to do 6 hours, and it's like, I'm dropping down to 5 and offering lessons.
Yeah.
And now it's like
That's what
3
it
to
was,
5, depending. Apparently, he's also got some real bad medical stuff going on.
Well, yeah, he's got cancer, apparently.
Oh, Jesus.
Personally, I think he's trying to slowly exit the fanfiction sphere, but... I mean...
He can turn out that much content in a week.
Look, he
So
wrote...
he's trying to exit and go professional.
Like, look, he wrote 15 million words
Oh,
of Ruby.
Son. This is really gonna
It's
really
gonna
nail the
fuck you so
coffin for
much.
how you run stuff. He's a full-time editor as well.
Yeah, he's not just a full-time editor. He's one of the head editors at his magazine company, earning like 130k a year. And he also earned back in the day of Forged Destiny like 6k a month for writing 3,000 words per week. Sorry, 30,000 words a week. Yeah.
So. Grow, live, and breathe.
A loveless marriage between Ruby and John. Yeah, it sounds about right. His life started going downhill near the end of it. So, I'm not surprised that it reflected in his work. No, he's not earning 30k. He's earning 6k for writing 30k. And, well, it's not even that dude made it. He was already earning 130k a year for his actual job.
Yeah. Honestly, I feel like he should have branched out from Ruby.
He really should have.
I think that would have helped him.
No, 100%.
I think that would have helped him somewhat to just branch into like 1 or 2 other fandoms, just because you do the same shit over and over, that passion does eventually die away.
Well, it's not
That
so
and
much
you-
passion
hold-
as like he corporatized it. I think that's what his main issue was. Is that his early stories suffered heavily from the fact that he worked in the corporate world for writing, so a lot of his stories came off very corporate style.
Yeah, his creative writing was never the best, but it was some. It
And
still is some of the best writing in that section.
It is, unfortunately, yeah. And then it got really good in terms of overall of his arc. It got really good once he got out of that strut of, I would say, near the end of Professor arc, and started branching out into other stories. Those are some pretty creative ones, some decent takes, some interesting takes, pretty well executed overall, fairly in line with Ruby without ever getting too ridiculous. And then I would say after those stories, or near the end of those stories, he really, Not This Time Fate was really good. I think Not This Time Fate was good until the end, where he just pulled bullshitium out of his ass to solve the problem that he caused himself.
Yeah.
The only story
Honestly, I think his first story is still his most charming.
It is. Yeah, it comes
his
off
very first
stilted,
one-
but it is definitely passionate.
I'm
only
willing to
story
put
I have
money
any
down.
real
I
good mem-
probably would enjoy a reread of his first story.
Killionaire,
See what he
I
thinks
have a
about it.
bad I have bad news for you, Killionaire. Weiss isn't a real person.
She's a figment of your imagination, man.
Yeah,
Gotta let her go.
You have to take your meds.
Honestly, the only fic I remember enjoying from his was his what was it?
His Secret
was the,
Agent John
Coffee
one
Shop
was
AU.
funny.
Coffee Shop AU.
Coffee
one.
Shop was AU's also. I also liked Coffee Shop AU. I actually stopped
liked
reading
the
Coffee Shop
interaction.
AU.
Shop
Yeah.
was pretty solid. The only thing I didn't like was
Coffee Shop
the
AU.
contrivances for the relationship he built.
Yeah. So I would say Coffee Shop
was
AU was a 9 out of 10 until he started having to come up with reasons to force John to be like in this fucking quagmire. Like back when it was, oh wow, he encountered this character because they drink coffee because they're a living human being. It's like that's fine. But somehow John getting stuck in this like fucking Spanish drama relationship with all of the criminals and all of the good guys, it just became really boring.
I think the problem is that this was an issue with early core. He didn't seem capable of writing things without trying to put in a romance focus at some point.
Yes.
Coffee Shop should have remained a non-romantic story.
Absolutely.
There should have been nothing there, but again, it was put in. It was easily the worst parts about the Coffee Shop story.
Yes. Well, no, see, Killionaire, the reason why his Coffee Shop AU was so good was because it wasn't an AU.
Yeah.
It was just John starts a coffee shop in the middle of normal Ruby.
After he got rejected from
Rejected from Beacon, still has enough money. It's like, fuck it, I'm gonna open a coffee shop. Because I don't want to go home yet. I'm stubborn. Fuck that.
Yeah. Stripper John, oh yeah, where Yang was part of the police force.
Wait, what?
No. Yang was part of the police force for a separate one.
Oh, right, yeah. Yang was still involved, though.
Yang was involved. The Yang police force one was kind of fun. Kind of. But here's the thing. He went serious halfway through, and that was his mistake with that one. Should have kept it stupid.
Like I said, he ended up at the end of his arc when everything fucking spiked into the ground in terms of my enjoyment of his stories, is when he corporatized everything, and he became very Parcassius in how his stories evolved, in where he just wrote a lot of words, and they didn't mean anything. And then nowadays, the ideas he comes up with are like what's currently trending in the Ruby section. And there's nothing behind it besides that.
The last time I heard anything really about it was I think Max was kind of criticizing one of his dumber ideas, which was just it had the Ruby characters but had nothing to do with Ruby anymore.
Well, no, because one of his fucking recent stories was that Salem was an eco-terrorist trying to save the planet from humans' industrialization.
You know, I think the best way to take that is a crack parody of original Final Fantasy VII Sephiroth.
They really should have. Like, that's the thing, though, is like, a lot of his ideas were like, oh, this could be good, and then how he executes it, it's just like, wow, you managed to do, like, the one way it's stupid.
Yeah, I think the story that I just done with Core was it was just a magic system. It's just meant to be a pure magic system. It was just kind of like, you are going too far with this now, dude. You need to knock it off. You need a break.
Well, yeah, that too.
You need to just shut down your patrons. Like, guys, I'm just gonna walk away.
Well, I mean, you know what they say, you live long enough as the hero, you become the villain. But I mean, yeah, no,
what was that fucking? Which one was it? God, he's added so many since the last time I looked at him.
Wasn't that one where Ruby was a witch? Yeah.
Was it? No, it's not that one.
Vale, City of
Relic.
Sin.
Okay, you know what? There was one
Uh,
of his that I did get through. That was like, all right, this is almost a return to form for me enjoying his writing. Was Relic of the Future.
Oh yeah, no, yeah,
The
no,
one where
yeah,
he goes back and just ends up adopting Emerald.
yeah.
It's like, shit, okay, this
And
is
then
a
he
return
made
to
it
form,
weird.
man.
What did he
Arcanum,
do?
that's what I was complaining about.
Oh yeah, Arcana, yeah. For Relic of the Future, why I stopped reading that one is he started doing, you know how in Professor Arc he was relying on heavy misunderstandings of everything? Well, he tried to do that in Relic of the Future. And that's when I started dropping it, because it's like, oh, here are all these characters written not as a parody, and they're all supposed to be very serious, except now they're going to still misunderstand their way into victory. And it was kind of just like... And it wasn't even like the funny Tanya way, it was in the, I'm going to generate drama by intentionally misunderstanding everything that happens way.
I see.
Yeah.
That's quite unfortunate.
I think I remember which point where that was becoming a little unbearable.
Yeah.
And then he finally started having characters be like, okay, you're not explaining something. You need to answer the question straight. Stop jerking me around. I think he did eventually, like, address it in the story itself.
Ozpin is the god of progress, Salem is the god of nature, set in a steampunk time where belief in gods and magic is faded in favor of reliance on technology. John is blessed or cursed to be a paragon of Salem.
Sneaky, did he just listen to one of our streams where you were lining out this
Yeah.
same outline, barring John?
Yeah, you probably.
The fuck? Great. Okay, Core's apparently one of our secret viewers that we've never interacted with.
I told you, it's a good fucking idea. Like, see, the thing is, and I went into a rant about this on Sign Server.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, so I went into a rant on this on Sign Server. The thing is, right, like, you have to make Salem something else. Right?
Yeah.
The problem is that Salem is currently a demi-lich. She is literally unbeatable. She is a conceptual existence in a world that doesn't use conceptual weapons. She is quite literally unbeatable. And even if you do beat her, according to canon, the Grim Pools are a self-sustaining life force. Which means they will continue to spew out Grim anywhere they want to, forever.
Yeah.
So, and as far as we're aware, Salem has been holding these Grim back forever because the second she wanted a horde of Grim, she just got a fucking horde of Grim, like, instantly. It didn't take her, like, any time at all to get a sudden Omega horde of Grim. And the other problem is they also canonize the fact that the older Grim get, the smarter they get, the more capable of group leadership they get, the stronger they get. So you quite literally are gonna have, oh, it's like someone in Science chat was like, oh, but you'll just get Grim spawning anywhere. It's like, okay, yeah, but how long will it take for us to get to random location number 9,722? And how long will that Grim to have to become super strong, super smart, and super powerful, and super hard to kill, and capable of leading a Grim horde, and distracting people with like a fucking little horde of Beowulfs, while he takes the bigger horde underground, using a bunch of creeps to tunnel, and then he explodes underneath a big town and kills a shit ton of people, causing even more chaos and even more Grim to spawn. Rinse and repeat.
Yeah.
Raven's Dagger stops publishing Swarmageddon on most platforms because it got an offer to exclusively publish it on a new startup no one ever heard of. Hey, man, hey, money is money, man. If he was going to get more money for posting on that startup, which he clearly is, he's clearly getting more money to post it on that startup that no one's ever heard of because he's not posting it on everything else. So he's clearly not, you know, thinking he needs to renege.
I appreciate that Phoenix mentions the startup that no one has heard of and won't tell us what the startup is, so we will continue to not hear of it.
I'm okay with that, to be honest. But
yeah, probably. Well, that is another potential avenue though to cover on these streams.
Maybe depends on how they handle the content.
True.
But point being though is that right now Salem is not only an unkillable enemy, the Grim Pools are an unkillable enemy. The 4 relics accidentally uniting one day because someone got a hold of them and didn't know about Ozpin's knowledge of uniting our 4 relics calls the gods back. So, oh, whoopsies, world gets deleted.
I mean, that's literally what the gods said would happen, so...
Yeah, but so it's like these long series of events that can just fucking one-hit KO the entire civilization, and there is literally no solution for any of them because they have literally made the bad guys in a realm outside of physically defeatable. But they also didn't make the bad guys into something that's a manageable threat.
Well, look, they just need a power-up that'll help them deal with it.
Yeah,
honestly, really, Ruby just needs to go Super Saiyan.
Honestly, the biggest issue was the way they handled her immortality. Like,
yeah, exactly. That's my point, though. Right?
Here's the thing: there were they set 2 perfect conditions that they decided to expand to permanent invulnerability. You had 2 conditions: you can't kill yourself, and Ozpin can't kill you.
Yeah.
Maybe with a 3rd condition of like you're so strong that you can be killed, but it's gonna take.
Well, it's just that you don't even need a 3rd condition for that. It's just she's just lived a really fucking long time, and she was literally a master of magic before she got those first 2 conditions. So she is just ungodly strong. Period. Already.
In Volume 8, we see an attack that is enough to break her in half. And it's like, okay, that should have been enough to kill her, guys.
Nope.
This should have been enough to bypass those other 2 conditions we mentioned, which she can't take her life, which means she can't just give up in a fight, and Ozpin can't be the one to kill her. But yeah, exactly. The Relic Hall said you can't. Well,
but the problem with the Relic saying, well, no. See, the real problem here is not that the Relic said you can't. The problem here is that the writers are too stupid to realize. Or they're smart enough to realize, and they're too egotistical to not do it, right? So here's the double-ended problem. They didn't realize the wording. They used you just as like oh, this would be great. You can't kill her. Oh well, yeah, she's like unkillable. Yeah, that's great, man. Oh, it's awesome. So that's scenario 1. Scenario 2 is, oh man, I am so fucking clever. You can't kill her. That means like only Ozpin can't kill her, but like anyone else could. Am I just so fucking clever? Yeah, dude, you're so fucking clever.
What the fuck was that sound?
Them slobbering each other off, giving each other the glizzy, as Gen Alpha says.
I'm going to kill you if you ever say that again.
Upon mankind.
But then the problem with scenario 2 is that the fandom goes, oh hey, the relic said you can't kill her. That means they're setting it up that other people could kill her. And then Miles and Luna in true, Miles, Luna, and Carrie. Miles and Carrie.
Miles and Carrie.
Miles and Carrie
Luna is his name.
Yeah, indeed. Miles and Carrie in true fucking retard fashion, right? Go, oh my god, the fandom figured out our idea. We can't do that anymore.
I hate that shit.
Acting like the idea they came up with was so fucking revolutionary, so fucking unique, like literal straight gold pouring out of their ass.
Yeah.
Like, and they've done this before, which is why I'm even saying scenario 2 could be true, is they've literally had a moment in time where the fandom pointed out what they were going to do next, and they said, no, fuck you, because you said it was going to happen, we're going to do the opposite now. We don't care if it makes our story worse. You can't tell us what to do. That was their words, by the way.
Yeah.
I am somehow not surprised.
I wonder if they're gonna at least have, like, the decency to be like, hey guys, here's a like 4,000 word write-up of how the movie would have ended in the events leading up to the ending. Now that it's not gonna
No, they
happen
can't.
with
No, they
being
can't
shut
do
down.
that because the IP is up for sale, and Warner Brothers.
Well, no, they can. They can just be like, hey guys, this is how we wanted it to end. This isn't official.
No, they probably got
Yeah,
slapped
I mean,
down by Warner
Sneaky,
Brothers.
they
It's
can
fanfiction.
they
could
can
post it
do
as
that.
fanfiction if they wanted.
I mean,
We don't know what their contract dictates.
yes, that's true. But I mean, here's the thing: they can always do what
Considering I think Miles does like what is it called, cameo or whatever, and just
Yeah, no,
answers
Chris
random
Avalon.
questions.
I was gonna say they can always do what Chris Avalon did, which was, "Oops, I accidentally leaked the entirety of Fallout Van Buren." Teehee.
Right, but you see, Chris Avalon is actually useful and has a purpose of existence, and they are leftist cucks who bow and scrape and give glizzies upon command.
Never use that word again.
I will
Please stop
continue
using the fucking
to
word.
use that word.
Please stop using the word.
You just make him stronger when you protest like that. You know that,
Yeah.
right?
You
know
fill
that.
me with strength. But that's what I'm saying. You
Yeah,
have to contextualize Salem if you're gonna have Salem at all. In my tech idea, Salem gets completely removed. It's these facilities underground that produce dust and Grim, and if you shut down the facility, dust stops getting produced, but so does Grim. It's a moral quandary. It's a look to the future. It invokes a whole lot of themes and tropes about the future. And
I would say that's a great option.
Yeah.
The other option is do something like Destiny 2. Well, I should just say Destiny in general, right? Well, they have to kill a god. How do they kill a god? Well, their entire power allows them to do things that shouldn't be possible.
Except,
you know what? Aura is the power of the soul.
Literally, but that's literally, again, this is literally, you're going into conceptual territory. They canonized that Aura was not conceptual.
I know that, but that's what I'm saying. You could have just had Aura be, for fuck's sake, it's the manifestation of your soul, dude.
Right.
Like,
but then they would have had to change a lot more than that. Like, people throwing around conceptual attacks would have changed how combat operates, would have changed how the world operates. My point more along with the tech stuff is the tech line is a minimal transformation world. basically nothing changes about RWBY if you go with my tech idea. Besides the fact that Salem doesn't exist, there's still a cabal of bad people who do shit like plots that lead Grimm to cities, but they aren't like controlled by an overarching force. They're either being led there by bait, by them doing some sort of super evil cult thing in the city that causes mass, depression and shit, that causes the Grimm to attack them, or alternatively, they make deals with the super smart Grimm to give them an opening to kill people because they think at the end, when the world burns, they'll be the ones sitting on the throne of ashes. You can still operate that, but that's what the great part about it is those people are normal mortal people who you can kill / and/or imprison. Beatable. Also, in infinite number. You can keep introducing new villains. So,
Yes.
Then my nature idea, which was keeping the idea of Salem as a evil witch and Ozpin as the person who's trying to save the world of a reincarnator, removing the gods, making things into a cycle where the cities rise up, they spread out too much, causing powerful Grimm to spawn, pushing civilization back each time. And you can have the cycle exist, and you can explore themes about the cycle of life and death and all this other shit, and why faunus can continue to exist despite thousands of years of genocide and interbreeding with humanity. How are we gonna kill Salem? Let me introduce myself.
You know what? You could have an entire arc about... I'm trying to think of how to say this. The equivalent of Vampire the Masquerade Thin Bloods for faunus.
What do you mean?
Elaborate. The animal traits are becoming less and less prevalent, and when they do manifest, they're weaker and weaker because they've been... Right? Because, sure, this person had 2 parents who were faunus, but before that, well, their mom fucked a human and their dad fucked a human.
But see, the problem with that one is that because if you're going to have a death world, because that works on Earth just fine, because there isn't mass casualty events every other day. But in a world like RWBY, where 3 villages is apparently a normal occurrence of disappearance level per month, mass casualty events would narrow the population down to a very isolated group of people who interbreed frequently. And I don't mean interbreed in terms of I'm marrying my sister, I mean interbreed into becoming a distinct ethnic group. And what this would do is, well, everyone would have a little bit of fur or a little bit of tuft or an ear or something, and it'd just be weird and it'd be hard to explain, and it wouldn't really be visually distinct, and you really don't want that in your world for your population. You want your population to be visually distinct, whether that's by the clothes they wear, how they act, the weaponry they use, whether that's magical or technological, and their physical appearances. Dwarves are stocky, elves have the ears, etc., etc., etc.
Dwarves are stocky, elves are only good to fill graves, the stuff. Classic.
Which... Nice.
No, elves are for breeding.
Incorrect.
But
oh boy, I'd like to introduce you to Warhammer.
The horny and the non-horny.
Why I had my whole nature idea of cycles and how faunus could continue to exist and how this would interconnect with how the Grimm happened is that Grimm would be spawning on the edges of civilization because it's the conceptual manifestation of the unknown. And the more civilization spreads, the more the unknown gets concentrated and the stronger monsters spawn. And this is why, whenever civilization spreads, stronger Grimm spawn because it gets concentrated, blah, 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 right? And then, so how faunus can keep existing despite the massive kill-off events that continuously occur would be that humans near the borders of civilization inside of nature would start becoming faunus, not by just one day I wake up, I'm a faunus. It's we had sex, our baby was a faunus. And and more like along the lines of a permanent early awakening of Shadowrun style. And then on the flip side, faunists that move towards civilization will find themselves over time and over generations having less and less faunist children until you get to the core of a city being only humans and the fringes of civilization always being only faunists. And again, this lets you do a lot of stuff about class, about race, without having heavy topics of real life existing inside it. The faunists would be a permanent underclass because they're always moving in from the fringes of society. So they're always going to be the least skilled, the most outsider. They're going to be visually different. They're going to have a different culture, etc., etc. But then as time passes, there's going to be less and less faunists in the city by natural reproduction.
And do you want to know what the other thing you can do is? You can focus on what's actually the biggest problem in America, which is an actual literal class divide.
Oh, well, yeah, of course. And that's why, that leads into why in the nature development, I would position each of the 4 countries as an extremist form of each of the 4 political compasses. Because then you can have a very near parody take on politics without needing to get into real life politics or being accused of being one political spectrum or the other.
That's going to happen regardless.
Well, of course it'll happen
Sure.
regardless. But it's one thing to be like, was it Heinlein? Yeah, Heinlein wrote Starship Troopers. It's one thing to be Heinlein and write Starship Troopers, and obviously you're a libertarian as Heinlein. But people call you fascist, but you can, if you actually read Starship Troopers, you're like, nah, this guy's super fucking libertarian. And it's another thing to be like, yes, my fascist empire will destroy everything inside your book, and then you're actually a fascist in real life, and someone calls you a fascist, and it's like, well, I would defend him, but actually he is. So if you have a book where you have Atlas living in a literal icy hellscape where everyone is under an extremist communist dictatorship, and in true communist fashion, both Stalinist communism and Leninist communism, is you actually have a majority of the population that firmly believes in communism because it's literally the only thing keeping them alive, because they have only sections that are actually farmable in the underground tunnels where they use steampunk technology to basically humidify caves that they can contain and have hydroponics in effectively. And then, you have the people who have to constantly be on the fringes of society searching for more and more resources. And then you can have the inherent classism of Stalinism and the hyper-authoritarianism where you have this like upper crust nobility right at the top that are living in a very distorted world where they just have literally everything, but they're also not technically rich. Because they're also technically living in a fucking hellscape. They just have everything. They're basically nobility.
Welcome to Mother Russia. Here you will have nothing wrong with anything you want. Unless you want that thing. Then you can get fucked.
And so, yeah, and you can have, like, these different technology directions, and, I had Vacuo positioned as, like, a 13-tribe representation of extreme anarchist communism, where the hellscape of the desert doesn't lead to being able to form a centralized government because you quite literally can't get enough resources to maintain a centralized government. And so the tribes of Vacuo are constantly nomadic, moving from one resource deposit to another. And then you can have Mistral representing extreme authoritarian right-wing, which would be, I guess, fascism, question mark. I mean, it's not, fascism really isn't
large question mark on that one.
Here's the thing. Okay, so for extreme right-wing totalitarianism, fascism will generally go hand in hand with that because they are supporting orthodoxies.
Right, and what I ended up doing... Right, but fascism is like not really right wing, but it's the closest we got.
Any authoritarian totalitarianism is fascism by definition. So Leninist Marxist communism, as occurred in Soviet Russia, was in fact fascism.
Right,
Yes.
right. I'm aware, but I'm trying to use colloquial terms here. And it's
no,
also
it's
why I specified that Atlas doesn't have a currency. They don't actually trade in a currency because they don't have the ability to have an economy. They have barter system still. And they even trade en masse, which I introduced in the first chapter that Moth paid me to write. Atlas trades resources for other resources. They don't trade currency. There is no currency in Atlas.
Well, here's the thing. They're okay. Maybe in a place like Vale, which has
That's
a moderate.
Hold on. Get in
But
there. Vale is last.
No, I know. But what I was going to say was, and of course, Sneaky is right to talk about this. There wouldn't be an international, right? What is it? The Lion?
The lion, yeah.
Lion? The fucking listen. I'm just gonna call them. I'm gonna call them studs. I'm gonna steal
Yeah.
from Lego. Okay.
Fair.
There wouldn't be an actual international currency because half these places shouldn't have a currency.
Yeah.
Vacuo is the desert fuckhole, right?
Yeah.
Vacuo shouldn't have a currency, right?
Right.
They are a bunch of dudes stuck in the fucking desert. They shouldn't have a currency because they shouldn't be getting together in the first place.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what I'm saying. And like they do have shade, but it's a centralized meeting location that is basically a collectivized school that all of the tribes contribute some resources for, so the next generation of tribesmen can keep carrying on the tribe.
Yeah. Even if you for some reason kept the magical global cell tower, which I could see
so
something like
fucking
that.
dumb.
It is, but I could see something like that arising out of enlightened self-interest from each of the nations, but it wouldn't be used for news. It would be the global emergency warning system, right? Vale would say, guys, we found a fuck off big grim underground. We are launching an operation to destroy it. Here's everything we know about it, in case it fucking kills us all.
Right. No, I get you. Yeah. But like I said, so Mistral was actually going to be, I actually asked Tojo about this. It was going to be a combination of China, what was the capitalist fascism Japan called?
The Empire of the Sun?
Empire of the Sun. Yeah.
No. It was this specific
or the
era.
Greater Coast
Greater
Coast Prosperity Sphere.
No, it was called something specific. It's basically where the corporations had seats in the government, and the government had seats in the corporations. And
in the real world or in a story?
No, this is in Japan. No, this was an era in Japan.
Shit.
Yeah, Japan had issues with that.
No shit. Oh, I know what it is. Fuck.
Right after the samurai fell.
Yeah.
Corporate autocracy?
No, basically, yeah.
Autocracy is kind of yes.
It was I forget the exact name for it, but it was a thing in Japan that was a thing for a very long time. It's what got them into the war in the first place, is because they were pressured by corporations to get involved. But effectively, what it was this corporate autocracy-ish thing going on, and I was going to combine that with late-stage Roman Empire and the structure from historical China. And effectively, it was going to be a hyper-centralized government at one location who had governors, elected governors, spread out across this giant continent, who were basically going to be kings in their own right, but they still had to pay like tribute to the emperor, and they were going to have like, instead of hunters, it was going to be like adventure guilds, or basically they just grabbed up scraps of people and were like, congratulations, you're now adventurers, go and kill these Grimm. And then like the attrition rate would be horrendous, but they're doing it for their country. You know, they still fought with levy armies and shit, a very massive peasant class, etc., etc. They had a currency.
Sure.
And then Vale was going to be, what if what if Las Vegas was actually run by 5 crime families from the mobster era? But it's actually in 2010, so they have access to live streaming, brand marketing, and celebritification of people, specifically huntsmen. So that's why the huntsmen in Vale would dress very like flashy, and they would have a brand behind them and take brand deals. This is, you know, this is Pyrrha. No, it wouldn't be Pyrrha. But this is Ruby brand, you know, dresses, etc., etc. And it'd all be extreme libertarian shit of just like everything is kept in balance by everyone having a gun pointing at each other in the background, but the masses are being placated by drugs, flashy commercials, high rampant consumerism. But Vale would also be basically the breadbasket of the world, so they could afford to pull this off.
I mean, okay, so at that point you're functionally doing you're doing a cyberpunk story in all but name.
Yes, but no. The thing is with cyberpunk is that it would be an extreme dystopia, because of the corporations making everyone's lives worse intentionally for profit. In Ruby, the dystopia comes from the fact that they're all on a death world, and every single time they advance as a civilization, they get beaten back by hordes of undying enemies. And you know, and Vale would not be shown in a negative light, just like Atlas wouldn't really be shown in a negative light mainly. Yes, you could have arcs, mini arcs, episodic arcs even, where you show each country in a bad light. You know, some incident happens in Vacuo the heroes have to fix, where one tribe accuses another tribe of killing people, but actually it was another part of that one tribe who wanted to take over, and so they were using the deaths as a means of gaining power. And you can have all that shit. Oh, the upper crust of Atlas was purposely killing off these faunists because they gave them less equipment, because the manager of these faunists being sent into the deep tunnels, new faunists were stronger, better, faster, and had better eyesight. So that just means they don't need as much support, right? And he was using all of that surplus to make his life better. You know, there's a whole bunch of shit you can put into it without purposely displaying them all as like decadent corruption, right? And the reason why that's why I use Las Vegas, because a lot that goes on in Las Vegas is decadent corruption, but it's not like cyberpunk decadent corruption. Everyone going to Las Vegas is having fun being in Las Vegas.
Yeah, everyone who goes to Las Vegas goes to Las Vegas explicitly because it is Las Vegas.
Right, exactly. So yes, you're gonna have this like really mafioso underworld, and underneath the flash and glamour, yeah, it's gonna be fucked up. But you can cover that in episodes. You don't have to make that the point of the story. Same with Night City, if I recall. Yes, but no. The problem is with Cyberpunk, is that it's a very biased display to us, but also at the same time, even when you remove most of that bias, the rest of the Cyberpunk world is worse. Yes. Yes, you are correct. Outside of Night City, everything's a lot worse. Yes. However, that's like saying eating the dog shit sandwich is less terrible than the diarrhea spaghetti.
Oh God, Sneaky! I did not need that mental image.
Why
Good.
not? I mean, that's what you eat all the time. I don't. Well, I
No,
was just
it's
trying
not.
to speak onto your level of food taste. But so you can keep the flash and the glamour and overall the upbeat, because again, gotta keep in mind the whole point of the Grimm world is that the Grimm are attracted to negativity, and each of these nations fell into 4 different methods of keeping the negativity away. Vacuo fell into tribalistic pride. We're all in this together. We're all one big family. Atlas fell into you don't have time for depression. There is rocks to mine. There is steam lines to run. Get to work. It is the only way you see light tomorrow.
The city must survive.
The city must survive.
Well, and here's the thing, right? You have an opportunity in each of those places to
have your own
then-
fucking show.
Well, A, have your own show, but B, and I say this in all seriousness, take an actual look at mental health issues.
Right.
Like legitimate looks at them, right? I know, I like to talk about Brandon Sanderson. His Stormlight Archive series is literally nothing but about people who are suffering from some form of mental illness. The main character is uber fucking depressed.
Right.
Like he has actual clinical depression because he's always kind of had depression, but he had a younger brother there to kind of help pull him along.
And then he lost it.
And then his younger brother got murdered
Right.
by a noble. And he was then made into a slave.
Right.
So, that would kind of trigger a spiraling depressive episode.
Or unfathomable hate.
Oh no, he has both.
Excellent.
The thing that helps keep him alive during his depression is massive hate of I will find the noble that murdered my brother, and I'm gonna murder the fuck out of him.
Yeah, it's really fascinating how much anima you can get out of hate.
My name is Indigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die.
Yes. And then they add. But here's the thing. By the way, this will probably hit. I'm about to do a wide area attack to everyone in this room.
I'm ready.
He was the super talented kid that his father had a set of expectations for that he chose not to go with and is letting his father down because his father's an incredibly talented surgeon and his son was on track to be a talented surgeon, but his son then instead went with his brother who was conscripted to try to keep his brother alive, and his father's like, how dare you betray the physician's oath you have taken?
Right. I get you. Yeah, that's pretty good.
It's like, wow, that's actually great. You have a young woman who right, and of course all of their special magic power, like the magic power orders that they join, are in some way reflective of their
personality,
massive depression.
Oh, okay.
Right, the guy who's uber depressed gets the ability to quite literally fuck with the laws of gravity, up to and including sending himself flying into the literal sky to literally get away from it.
I like that.
The girl who was horrendously abused as a young child and had to always act perfect for her parents, her entire thing is about illusions.
Right.
So on and so forth. The guy who was a mass murdering war criminal who was like, imagine Kenpachi, but if Kenpachi also had armies.
Right.
His whole thing is about making oaths and keeping them.
Right.
And in fact, he ends up getting the power up of bonding the remains of the god of honor because he's like, I can't fuck up again.
Right.
But so like all of it's great, and the world that you're describing could take an actual look at that, right?
Right,
How
exactly,
can
yeah.
someone have depression when they're in Vegas 24/7? Well, depression doesn't work that way.
Right, exactly, and there's also societal pressure behind being happy,
Of course.
and there's so many things you can explore with that. Like that's why I had the White Fang in. This is another thing that really pissed me off about Ruby is oopsies. When did I press those? Probably there we go. 90% salt content. Right, my bad. Fuck you, sign.
Eat a dick.
So that's why I made Blake and the White Fang in general for Atlas be very different than the White Fang of Vale, the White Fang of Mistral, and not really. There wasn't really even a need for a White Fang in Vacuo. And the White Fang in Atlas was more focused on the corruption inherent in the system. And they weren't trying to free the people, they were trying to kill the corrupt, because it's a very Atlas viewpoint of there is an obstacle, remove it.
Yeah.
These corrupt managers...
Here's an obstacle in front of you. What do? A, kill it. B, attempt to work out the problem. Everyone just hits the kill it button.
Well, it's not just
Right,
that.
but-
It's just
and
that
then-
Atlas is about short-term solutions constantly because they don't have time for long-term solutions. The city must survive. If a manager is stealing food and is giving less rations to everyone else, it doesn't matter that actually his wife is sick and she needs more food. He is removing food from everyone else. He needs to die. And obviously you can get way more corrupt with it of, oh yeah, he's just eating ravenously and just wants it all for himself. But, you can show degrees there, and that's why the White Fang and Atlas exist, is because the Faunus are on the front lines constantly trying to find more tunnels, more ore veins, more steam veins, more dust. Because that's what keeps the city running. And the Mistral, it's going to be more of a class issue, where in Mistral, the White Fang fight against corrupt nobility, and they take on more of an inspiration from the ninjas of Japan than the secret police of Russia, like Atlas would. And in Vale, the White Fang is more about a racism issue. Because
Well, yeah, I was gonna say,
Yeah.
and you could even have that be the peaceful segment of the White Fang,
yes,
because they're in a pretty good place, all things considered, but there's obvious societal inequality targeting their racial subgroup, right? You can have your America XP.
yeah, exactly, yeah. And there'd be genuine reason for it. And you can make all of this stuff, and the people obviously aren't going to be like, "Oh man, we got one of them furries here." It's just, centuries of basically a class of people with certain traits coming into the city, not knowing how the city works, not understanding how money works in the city, not understanding how to do the more complex jobs. So they get stereotypes as these dumb, brutish, because again they're stronger and faster than everyone. Yeah, lazier, and never on time, and they get all of these stereotypes, which may or may not be rightfully earned by over time, just sheer exposure to a group of people that share traits. But at the same time, the reason why they have those traits in the first place is because they lived in a completely different culture on the edges of society. And so you get to avoid all of that other weird shit. Like the whole Faunus and Cages thing. Because again, slavery doesn't make a lot of sense in a world where sad people create massacres.
By accident.
What should we do with these people that cause problems when we make them sad? Make them sadder.
Right, exactly. Early 1900s America? Yeah, more like early 1900s America. Yeah.
But yeah, right, that's all stuff that you could do, because you can take critical looks at problems within our world if you, actually just bother with it. Like,
Yeah, and you don't even need to use real world shit, and this is what always is so terrible about A, fan fiction, but B, a lot of the more recently published stories, just fiction in general, the authors just don't understand they don't have to put a one-to-one representation in. They can have euphemisms. They can have metaphors. They can have iconography to represent
Sneaky,
the
you're
issue.
asking too much of RT. Come on, man.
I'm not saying
You know
RT.
they don't do that shit.
I'm not just saying just RT. I'm saying a lot of the... Like, I've gone into Barnes & Nobles recently, and all I saw was modern political theory disguised as fiction.
Yes, okay, but the problem is, remember, people are stupider now, and they're having to dumb down all of their works for the newer, dumber fucking audience.
that's not true, though, because you do have people that are writing things with a higher level of quality, and they're making a lot of money doing it.
Exactly.
And you still have old books that are doing super well. Fuck's sake, Discworld is still, like, the collective Discworld books still occupy, like, I don't know, like the top, I think it's like the top, like, 50 spots peppered throughout Amazon's fantasy and science fiction sections.
And not only that, shit on me if you will, but the Specials, Normals, and Uglies series, there was a YA series from my YA years. It was good. It didn't require them to talk about literal one-to-one real-world issues, like fucking Hummingbird, Hunger Games. Like Hunger Games basically did, where it was borderline not even a parody. It was just like, this is the author's extreme bias on full display, and they're retarded. And the Specials, Pretties, and Normals and Uglies series was all about a futuristic world that doesn't have a lot of cyber tech, but it has a lot of biotech, where rich people come up with these new biological changes to their body that are the new fashion statements. Like, this month, getting your nose to look this way is the new thing. And biotech has approached that point of perfection where someone changing their nose every month has literally no downsides. And you get these groups of people that literal class stratification that was amazingly well done, boiled down into terms that a kid going through high school can understand. And that's why they were called the Pretties, Uglies, Normals, and Specials. Mm-hmm. The Pretties were the rich kids that had enough money to follow the bio trends that were going on. The Normals were the ones that had enough money to fix their issues, so crooked teeth, misshapen faces, etc. The Uglies were the poor, the ones who couldn't afford any biotech at all. They got sick, they looked, average, below average, but you gotta keep in mind, in a world where everyone looks like a 10 if they're a pretty, and an 8 or so if they're a normal,
you're talking about 6s.
The Uglies look like 2s, but they're actually 6s or higher.
Yeah.
But compared to everyone else, they look awful. They're fat. They're too skinny. Their joints are a little bit too bulky. They look like a normal person. But in a world where everyone can afford to fix their issues with biotechnology, normal people look horrendous.
Oh, wait, I've written a system like this somewhere before. I'm pretty sure I've written one.
Well, yeah, I was going to say,
you're
A, this person was writing way before
long
you,
time,
but
yeah.
B,
absolutely.
the other thing you can look at is this comes up all the time with human gets raised by elves. Oh, I'm so stupid. I'm so slow. I'm so clumsy and ugly because and oh
I can
god,
only do 10 backflips on one hand.
yeah, because I've been competing with elves my entire life, and then oh hey wait, they go out into the regular world and holy fuck, I'm Superman.
Yeah.
Because they're like, I can only sprint across the balance beam on my tiptoes for 50 yards.
Yeah.
You know, everyone else in the village could do it forever.
Yeah. And then Specials was basically the finale of the series, where the main character ends up, it was like taking on a government contract or something, and basically it was people with the appropriate genetic biology who could take on extreme modifications to intelligence and looks and etc. But it was the Specials were talking about celebrities. Because what it was is that to stay a special, you had to do what your sponsor told you. You had to say what your sponsor told you to say. You had to you had to do all these things, or they would take your specialness away. And
that also sounds somehow familiar. Like, I don't know, something we've seen in the modern day.
Right, but that's what I'm saying, though, is that this series actually covered some really hard-hitting class issues, political issues, race issues, without ever fucking bringing up rich and poor, black people and white people, and, you know, government stooges. They didn't need to ever say those topics at all. They just made very empathetic equivalencies that a child would be able to understand.
Yeah. Unironically, it was a very good series. Including up to and including the what was the main character? How one day she was able to. What happened that she was able to pretend to be one of the pretties? Because that was the book, right?
Yeah. It was Uglies, Pretties, and then Specials to finish it off. But it was either she. Fuck! It's been so fucking long. Let me pull it up.
I know there was something that let her like pretend to be one of the good-looking people, and like at first she was trying to help her ugly friends, and then she started like behaving like the pretties because she was one of them.
Written by a guy. Tally Youngblood.
Yeah, but like it was actually a really good book. It's amazing
the
what
survivors
you
of
can
the
do when you
disaster.
it's amazing what you can do when you don't insult all of the stupid fucking people.
Wow. Holy shit. This dude, goddamn, he saw the future.
What do you mean?
The Uglies series was set in 3 centuries into the future in 23,000. 2300, my bad. After current civilization was destroyed by a bacteria which would break apart all petroleum products, causing widespread chaos. The survivors of this disaster established much smaller cities, each of which were city-states with limited traveling. At the age of 16, every person undergoes an operation which boosts their immune system and reflexes, giving them well-proportioned, symmetrical faces on an international standard. All pretties would look nearly identical. However, the prettification of someone would also give them brain lesions, which made them peaceful and compliant. Before they receive the operation, the children are referred to as uglies and are kept separate from their older friends. Later operations follow to show an increasing of age while maintaining their beauty, and the lesions may be removed for pretties entering careers which require quick thinking. Pretties who work for special circumstance, a clique, which ensures the city's security, are given an operation to make them look terrifying, strong, fast, with fast reflexes as well. Specials receive brain surgery to make them feel superior and have heightened feelings of rage and euphoria. Told you, man, this fucking series is on par. He also wrote extras. To everyone who wrote to me to reveal the secret definition of the word trilogy. No way. Fucking clapping on so many people, goddamn. What? I have to know. What did he say for that? Damn it just keeps giving me the fucking thing over and over again.
But yeah, you know, it's amazing what you can do when you respect your audience. Literally, Samuel Vine's Boots theory of economics has been used for decades now to explain to people wealth inequality.
Yeah.
Like it's actually entered common parlance because the poor person buys the $10 pair of boots because he can afford the $10 pair of boots, and they'll mostly work for the next 3 or 4 years. But then he has to replace his boots. And you always used those boots down until the last second when you couldn't use them anymore because, well, you got to get your money's worth out of it. The rich man spends $60 on a pair of boots, but that lasts him for the next 30 years. So then the poor man, by the time the rich man has worn out his pair of boots, the poor man has spent 3 to 4 times as much on boots.
Right, exactly, yeah.
Because he has to buy the less valuable alternative. And then the poor man comes along and says, well, you should have bought quality and you could have saved money this way. But I couldn't because I didn't have the option. I could never afford the better boots.
Hilariously, that's inverted now in the real world with most expensive boots being dog shit and most cheap boots being built like a tank.
Yeah.
Yes, but it doesn't, right? But it's on the boots are not the issue in modern world, right? Replace boot with car sign.
Oh yeah, no,
You're taking it too literally.
No, it's not just that. It's the issue is that in the modern world, the expensive boot has no longer been expensive because it was good quality. It was expensive because the brand was known for good quality, not because the individual boot was known for good quality.
You're paying for the name.
Yeah, you're paying for the brand name,
Yes,
and
which
because
is
of that, you know, they leverage that to lower the quality on the boots, and people will still defend them because they believe the brand name still has a value attached to it because people are fucking stupid.
Yes, it's all incredibly stupid, right? But the actual theory of it remains true. Well, why don't the poor people just if buying poor quality food makes you fat and unhealthy, just buy good food?
Why are the pools poor? Just
goddamn.
buy another
Okay,
factory.
Ready for this? Whew. Wait, he's making a continuation of the series with 4 more novels starting in 2018? The first one being called Imposters?
Oh, please tell me it's just nothing but imposter syndrome.
Oh,
no.
God. Anyway, so the first 3
Very
novels
sad.
explore the exploits of Tally Youngblood in the post-apocalyptic future, blah, blah, blah. When Tally's friend Shay runs away to the Smoke, a secret refuge... Also, Smoke is such a cool name. It's, like, so not, like... crap. Like, oh, we're the Rebellion. What do you guys do? We rebel. Fuck off. A secret refuge for those who oppose the city's government. The future of Tally's own operation to become a pretty becomes uncertain. Dr. Cable, the mysterious head of special circumstances, cuts Tally a deal. If she betrays her friends and helps the city locate the runaways, she will be turned into a pretty. If she refuses the deal, she will be left an ugly forever. When Tally joins the Smokies, she learns a chilling truth. The surgery the city performs not just renders the inhabitants beautiful, but also makes them shallow, unintelligent, and easier to control. Over the course of the novels, Tally struggles to maintain her sense of self in a society that is literally alters how people think and ultimately succeeds in undoing the system of mind alteration. The new society is so this is before she beats the society. The new society is composed of about 100 post-scarcity independently run city-states spread out across 7 continents, which now have different coastlines as a result of global warming. Tally City is located somewhere in Washington State, west of Cascade Mountains. This new society holds 3 values: sustainability, peace, and equality. The new society promotes these values through the use of surge, a type of extreme cosmetic surgery that equalizes all citizens.
Harrison Bergeron.
New pretties are given access to life in Pretty Town, the innermost part of the city where food, shelter, and entertainment are provided by the government free of charge. Within the post-surge part of a person's life, everyone's common beauty inspires peace and equality among everyone. Yeah.
What could possibly go wrong?
Yes. Middle pretties have picked their profession. Blah, blah, blah. Late pretties, or the crumblies, are people who get old. The crumblies.
You got old.
Uglies are surveilled by
people have their middle pretties and upper pretties.
Yes, they have middle pretties and upper pretties, yes. Upper pretties are the people that have their lesions healed so they can go into high thinking positions.
But then they're not equal.
Oh, by the way, well, everyone's a little bit more equal than everyone else, you know.
Of course.
Also, children are removed from the parents at a young age to prevent them from connecting with their parents and forming bonds, and instead rely on the government for everything.
Oh no, how could that possibly turn out wrong?
Like I said, the author was kind of based. Special frighteningly beautiful, cruel, pretty features, bones made out of aircraft ceramics, skin tenna. Damn, the special cure. I mean, honestly, the series is great. 100% would recommend this as a YA novel to YA readers. Let's see what else we got here in the Ruby section. Back to garbage. Just one more. I want to read one story before we close out the night. One story. What is this dog shit? Vale, a city entrenched in debauchery. In this world, the grim don't exist. However, inequality reigns supreme. What do you mean, however? In a death world, of course inequality doesn't reign.
Yes, go on.
I fucking hate people. I hate people so fucking. The pool is empty. However, it didn't rain. Yes, author. That is
how that works.
The pool is empty. What did you say?
I'm using an equivalency. The author's basically saying the pool is empty. However, it didn't rain. And it's like, that is not how however works. Yes, I always hated the fact that war was a constant thing in the Rubyverse. When it's like, war, that thing that creates thousands of sad people and angry people in
I
a
mean,
world.
Sneaky, you know what Warhammer is. You know for a fact. Even if war was the thing that was killing the universe and everyone know it, someone would cause war.
Yeah, but that's because it's called Warhammer, dipshit.
My point is, people will do shit for really dumb reasons.
Okay, but literally, okay, I want you to imagine for me a petri dish. Every single time a bacteria kills another bacteria of the same dyed color as it, the dyes combine and form an acid, killing both bacteria.
See, here's the thing. If it was France and the other dyed bacteria was British, they would just fucking do it every single time because fuck the British.
Pretty much.
Like, you.
Right, so I want you to imagine a petri dish.
Fuck you, my point was right.
No, you were literally wrong. If every single time a bacteria with blue dye in it killed another bacteria with blue dye in it and died for doing so, you would run out of bacteria that would kill other bacteria with blue dye in it.
Or you'd suicide bomb all the bacteria around another blue bacteria, and they'd learn not to attack each other.
Right, exactly. That's the point. Is eventually you would end up in a state where people realize doing this thing kills everyone. There is no ruling over the ashes. We all die. Yes, you will occasionally have that 1 in a million person who is super retarded and thinks that, oh, but I'll live. Yes, and that's why you keep having the occasional fucking city or village or whatever drop off the map and they'll all die. But the
Or
point...
that 1,000 that goes, you know what? I just want to burn it all down. Fuck ruling over the ashes.
Right, exactly.
Or just like
So you will still have the occasional person who does something, but you won't have a world engulfed in war, because everyone that tried to become a warlord through purely force died.
They get assassinated.
Well, not just assassinated. They call a horde of Grim down upon them. Everyone that follows that warlord gets torn apart. So everyone that follows warlords dies, and everyone that tries to become a warlord dies. So you're left with people that don't want to fight other people. And then each generation goes through that excising process where everyone that tries to impose their power upon another group of people inevitably causes their own destruction because they call in an eldritch enemy upon them that is unending and unceasing. Eventually, you are going to run out of people that will do that in any sort of majority or even large minority. You are going to be left with a very scattering few amount of people that look at someone else and say, I want to kill that person. Because everyone that thought that died. You can't use
that do think that, but then they go, but if I act on this, I die, so no.
Right, but that's my point, right? The person that goes out and does it dies. And eventually, you will reach a point where you don't have that anymore in majority or even large minority. And you can't use real Earth examples of, oh, but if it was the French, they would do it. If it was the British and French, and they were on Remnant, both the British and French wouldn't be civilizations anymore because they would have kept going to war with each other and wiped each other out, not because they kept going to war with each other, but because the fucking Grimm would show up and kill everyone. So a culture that does that would extinct itself. And every single time a culture that does that, it would extinct itself. And so that only leaves behind cultures that don't do that. point being is the author's retarded, and they're doing an AU of Remnant where Grimm don't exist.
Thus removing the entire point of
Well,
the game.
50% of Remnant. The other 50% of Remnant is aura and dust.
Sure, but none of those are an existential threat to life and well-being.
Right, it's like, oh, this is a Legend of Zelda AU where Ganon doesn't exist?
Actually, I could see that.
At all? In any sort of capacity or variation?
Yeah, I could see that.
Oh, yeah, no,
It's
sir.
just a case of kingdoms turning against each other. It stops being Zelda because you no longer have Ganon, but it's close.
Yeah, but then it's not Legend of Zelda anymore. It's like...
Technically.
It's like if Nintendo came out with a new Legend of Zelda game where there's no monsters in it, Link isn't the main character, Zelda's not the princess, and Ganon doesn't exist.
So, what's that farming game?
Dynasty Warriors. Or, yeah.
Or Dynasty Warriors.
I mean, yeah, I was gonna say you could end up with actually like a sick ass like Tale of Three Kingdoms-esque war story, like.
And then end it with Ganon coming back and like a fucking end cutscene of like some kid pulling forth a sword. Yeah, you could.
Yeah, right. And like here's the thing, right? There's plenty of talk about the Triforce and the power. Like you could very easily have the Triforce be some mystical thing sitting right. Here's what you do: you make Hyrule unoccupied. Hyrule is an unoccupied land in the middle, and then you have fish people, bird people, Goron, and normal people in each of the 4 areas, and they're always fighting in the middle to try to get this magic fucking Triforce thing. And then it breaks, and it turns out, that's been the seal keeping Ganon locked away this entire time.
Right, exactly, yeah. And then
Demise.
right, exactly. You could have a whole story based around that, and then I would be like, all right, fine. It's a Legend of Zelda spin-off, but I still wouldn't call it a Legend of Zelda story.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Vale is the center of a black hole that draws people in and consumes them. So this is just some sort of like fucking grimdark version of Las Vegas.
So Night City.
Yeah. The cast of Ruby has all been aged up 2 years. So they're 20?
So they can be looted. Didn't somebody say in the chat that it was a lewd story?
Oh yeah, it's a lemon story. It's just all his porn. But my point more is that Ruby is the only character that isn't of age. And she's 16, which is technically illegal in
Some
like
places.
90% of the world.
It's legal in most of the United States, actually.
That's why I said 90% of the world. So, I mean, I think it's just aging them up for porn. It's like, but they're already aged up?
They needed to age Ruby up.
I know. This
Just go ahead and say it. That's who
I
it
mean,
was.
like, the easiest thing, like, this is what I don't get, right? Like, the easiest thing ever is you don't even have to age Ruby up. You can just make it canon in your story that, fucking Tai Yang fucked both Summer and Raven in an orgy one night, and they both got pregnant, and so the kids are the same age, and they're both 18
I mean,
now.
yeah, that works, absolutely.
And it changes
but,
literally nothing either, because nothing has any point whatsoever at all dealing with Ruby's age ever until she gets into Beacon. And the only reason why her age was important getting into Beacon was because Ozpin had to come up with a contrived scenario to invite her early.
Well, no. There is the one point where Yang fails as an older sister, and Ruby nearly gets. Well, they both nearly get killed by Grimm, and
that
I
had
think it was
absolutely
Summer
no
defending-
impact at all on Yang's overarching character.
Yeah,
Ruby's age had no real value in the story beyond.
And Ruby
that,
being
as
terrified as a
limitation.
child during the Yang abandonment arc, again, had no impact on Ruby's character at all. Her being the younger sister in that scenario had literally zero character impact at any point in time during the story, pre or post Monty.
She could have been the same age as Yang, and it wouldn't have been made any impact.
You could still have just made Ruby tired, and so Yang's pulling her in the wagon. It literally does not matter what her age is.
Like, Osmond made the excuse of, oh, she's skilled, I'll bring her in. Like, and that's the only reason she got in.
Yeah,
Like,
and this time around, she just gets in because she's of the correct age. It's nothing changes.
Yeah, it's like the only grievance that caused was Weiss, I think, getting pissy that Ruby got special treatment.
Yeah.
But even then, Weiss would have given her pissy attitude regardless.
Because it's Weiss, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like,
oh my god, Ruby's setting justifies polygamy? Yeah. Ruby's setting also justifies an homosexual behavior because you're living in a death world where literally hundreds of people dying every single month not hundreds, sorry, thousands possibly even, dying per month to Grimm is just a shrug of the shoulders.
It'd be illegal because you need to keep that birth rate up.
Also, hunters...
It wouldn't be illegal, it would just be a social more that everybody...
I mean, depending on the government of the state involved, it might be illegal. Also, heavily promoting hunters having polygamous relationships and fucking as much as possible because hunters reproducing kids is a good thing.
It would absolutely
stronger, better huntsman.
Yeah.
Yes. It would absolutely be against male homosexuality, but I think they'd probably encourage female on female as long as there's a man involved to encourage the polygamy angle.
Yeah, that's true.
Probably.
Well, I mean, what it would be is male on male would be banned, but female on female would be looked at as a phase.
Oh.
Yes.
Well, hang on. Would they ban that outright, though? Because that could invite negative emotions.
It doesn't produce children, and that's seen as more valuable. At least that was my excuse when I did it.
Well, it's...
Okay, well, alternatively, though, like, their technology is advanced enough, they probably can do some of the artificial insemination we have in our world.
Max,
see, first of all,
this would be less because of hatred of male on male, and this would be more because society's laws follow society's values. And if society pushes a lot of anti-male on male relationship stuff, it's inevitable it would end up as a law as long as that society exists. And the amount of sadness this would generate would be in a extreme minority, as the amount of male on male pre-modern era was recorded at around 1 in 100 at best. At best. So, a law that makes 1 out of 100 people unhappy is actually a pretty good law, all things considered.
Yeah, no kidding.
Considering how most laws go.
I also will say, like, wait, Max, were you the one who assessed the IFV thing? Or who
Yeah,
was...
artificial.
Yeah. I feel like that would only really be applicable in like the big like well, I guess like 5 big cities, since there's Argus counts as one. A lot of the villages probably wouldn't even consider that shit.
Yeah,
like I said,
well, a lot of the villages are also tiny, and if you look at statistic spread, the people who are dealing with that proclivity probably aren't going to move out into the forest.
Yes.
Fair enough.
Like, that's pretty unlikely just based on...
I mean, honestly, what you would more likely have is instances of men-on-men relationships basically self-exiling to go live out, in the forest with their, like, 5 acres of farmland and a house together. That's it. And they have their enjoyable relationship and no one has to see it. That's the sort of thing that society might
Assuming
tolerate.
they don't put laws in place that
Yeah.
say every man has to reproduce regardless of
assuming, yeah.
That's one that's big assumption too. I feel like Ruby's done an okay job of pointing out that people in outer villages don't give a fuck what the larger cities try to make a law.
Yes.
Like
certainly,
we're
yeah,
fighting for our
certainly.
lives out here. Fuck off.
Yeah, I would say that you are correct in that outer villages usually end up becoming outer villages literally because they don't want city laws affecting them.
That's assuming they last past the first 2 years, of course.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, that is the other issue, though, is that outer villages of, like, people who are gay and they're like, oh, I hate the city and their law of anti-gayness. I'm going to go make a village with a bunch of other gay people.
They get wiped out.
Well, it's not they get wiped out. It's they're not going to have any kids to carry on the next generation of that village.
No comment, no comment, no comment.
They might be totally fine with.
Which, oh, no, certainly they might be totally fine with, but it's going to be a bunch of self-extincting villages, assuming they even live that long. So...
You know, I want to see, like, the one hermit.
The man on the mountain who avoids the Grim?
The man on the mountain who doesn't have anything near him. Like, he's completely self-sufficient, there's not enough negativity for a Grim to spawn, and it's like, we can sense you up there, but it's not worth it, because you're in a really good position. And there's way more negativity 5 miles that way.
Yeah.
And if they do try, he's strong enough to, just yeet
No,
them
no,
away.
that's the hermit on the other mountain across the way, the dude who's constantly fighting Grim. And he just enjoys that. That's his pastime.
He's bootleg bootlegger.
Dude is over here flaring his aura every hour of the day so he can have constant combat.
Yeah, they're pen pals. They send up smoke signals every other week. There's so many fun ideas for the world of Ruby that, like, it's such a waste. Like,
Yeah.
Sneaky, I've shared this with you. I want to see Grim that are older than Salem who are like, bitch, I'm not taking orders from you. Who do you think you are?
Well, I mean, that's
You're
literally what I was
you're not
saying.
the Dark Brother.
Right, yeah, I mean, that's literally what I was saying, is that they need to depower Salem. They need to make her a lesser threat if they want to have defeatable threats available.
She was a lesser threat when they first introduced the relic.
Yeah, well, they've made her a greater threat since.
Which I think was it Volume 6? They said, like, yeah, we threw everything out and rewrote it from the ground up because the fans predicted every single twist coming up. It's like, guys.
The question is, why did you do that, and why did you think it was a good idea to do that?
Because they needed to be unique and special snowflakes and not be predictable.
Alternate
For
suggestion,
some reason, they've confused subversion and unpredictable with good writing, which is
pretty generic of today's age.
Like,
that's depressing shit.
My first ever story, the only thing unique about it was the characters I was using and the format I was using. I was taking heavy inspiration for some chapters based on things I'd read as common tropes and whatnot, and I recognized I don't have anything really unique to bring to the table. I just have a desire to share a story. Why are you linking Miles' cameo?
He's soy facing. Damn, dude's got a more receding hairline than I do.
Ouch.
That's depressing.
He looks like he drinks Starbucks soy lattes.
He does.
What's the TLW of this video you linked? I'm not watching.
Is it tension linking it?
Yeah.
That's probably the John is bi comment.
Oh yeah, someone paid him a cameo to answer a World of Remnant question of what John's sexuality was, and Miles said John was bi, and then he went on Reddit and backtracked, saying, "Oh, that's not what I really meant."
Fuck that guy.
Yeah.
What did you mean?
Yeah, he That's why I said like people might pay him a cameo to give answers on how he on Ruby's ending or some shit. At least that's what I think they might do.
Oh, he's only
Nice and sad
backtracking it because
beast.
people are accusing him of using that as queer bait.
I mean, that's exactly what he was doing, though.
Yeah, that's what he was doing.
100%, obviously.
It's how do I get these people to stop yelling at us?
You
Oh, I know.
shouldn't
I'll
take my
predict.
conversations I have on Cameo as canon. I was just trying to make the person who paid me money happy by saying the things they wanted to hear.
Motherfucker, you were literally paid to tell the truth and you lied?
Yeah.
No! Give that money
No,
back.
no. See, it's good for him to say it because he made someone happy, don't you know?
Didn't Core do By John? Probably at some point. I wouldn't be
I'm sure
surprised.
he's done several different versions of John.
Let us dance in the flames. What the fuck is?
What?
You might want to know.
Damn, that is some paint.
An attempt was made.
That is some paint tier art.
Made, but
Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh, wow, I've seen that before. That is awful.
Do I want to know?
You know, I don't like that the saber isn't
Like-
even a straight line.
Like, look, right?
Hint.
Oh damn, that's some 2013 tier art.
Like, look, I respect the effort because you put in the time to try and make a cover. However, that does not mean you are protected from me mocking you for it.
Get mocked.
Listen, my respect for your attempt is separate from the result of the attempt.
Exactly, yeah.
There is no
Precisely.
respect for that. There is no respect for the result. What was this was something you like to quote from Maury Calliope for a little while. Just because you put in a lot of hard work doesn't mean it's going to end up good.
Yes, that is a great quote from Maury. Honestly, I miss Maury's Red days the most. Maury's Red arc was possibly the best part of her career.
Also, Killina, it could be the next dishwasher, man. You don't know. This art could improve like 2 years from now.
Doubt. Big ol' X to doubt.
I said
No.
could, not would.
I think that they could improve.
Guys, as an artist, don't make me shit on another artist's art, especially one who's trying. It's the most I can say, especially when I've seen shittier art. Okay, look. Like Max said, my respect for you trying is separate from your end result. It's like if someone's really trying hard to learn their first song on the guitar, right? Which, of course, is obviously Stairway to Heaven, or Wonderball. Doesn't mean that I'm not going to rib you for your dog shit playing as you learn the song. I'll respect you for trying. However, your playing sounds like a wailing dead cat.
I'm just impressed they made a guitar sound like a bad violin performance.
Yes. Let us dance in the flames. Team Wooby is all over in their head, sent to Atlas by the manipulative headmaster. The 4 huntresses must survive new dangerous kingdom that seeks to exploit and abuse them. With the Vital Festival looming and few allies to turn to, Team Wooby must escape a world of violence, hate, and blood. Let Us Be Your Poison is the original story. Also, what the fuck? Yang's eternal hotness. When Yang makes a discovery about their greatest enemy, Team Ruby is forced into being sexually degenerate. Through sex, drug, combat sex, poetry sex, and pop culture sex, Team Ruby must confront their shameful desires and battle their greatest enemy and save the world doing it. All while
Bro, I
fucking
ate some
each other.
fucking. I left to eat a fucking burger. What is this horse shit?
All while fucking
Nonsense.
each other at every opportunity.
I love
So-
Discord's attempt at trying to save us because he started cutting out for a moment, and then he came
So
back.
this is a Slaneshi plot.
Yes, it's a Slaneshi plot. Anyway, so let us be your poison. Let's see. When Ruby was 4, her mother was executed live by the Kingdom of Atlas. In a world without Grimm, huntsmen are merely soldiers.
Then why are they huntsmen?
I mean,
They wouldn't be huntsmen, they would be just fucking
they
soldiers.
wouldn't
If you
be.
don't have to worry about the Grimm, and you had superpowers available to every single person, yeah, you would just make a superpowered army to fight that guy's superpowered army. And maybe, if you want to keep into the theme of dick-sucking Ruby as much as possible to make people read your story, you call the Special Forces huntsmen. Because, you know, you're retarded, unoriginal, incapable of a coherent thought, and other such adjectives.
I mean, they'd just be mercenaries
Bro, just
from
fucking steal soldiers from
Renaissance
Final
era.
Fantasy VII.
Yeah, but that would be too old, and don't you know that's a retro game?
not anymore.
It's
It's
not.
not.
It just came out as a fucking remake.
Part 2 just came out.
Yeah,
as a
right?
remake.
You are assuming media literacy.
Fair.
I never assume that anymore.
No,
Not
no.
these days.
That just makes you depressed when that happens. Anyway, Ruby is trained in secret to redeem her mom's haunted legacy, but to succeed, she'll have to survive her own evil teammates. Weiss was born with a terrible curse and a revolutionary and murderous past, and her own sister who's going insane.
I would give
Weiss having a
so
curse
many.
doesn't make her
I
murderous.
would
Oh
give
no,
so
Blake's
many
murderous.
props. No, I would give so many props if the revolutionary with a murderous past isn't actually Blake. It's just a split personality of her sister, and that's the part of the losing her mind bit. That would be like, on paper you have 4 teammates. In reality, we don't talk about the fact there's only 3 of you standing here.
Mm,
No,
Kilner
Blake was so
apparently
lonely, her
recognizes
semblance was
this
to create
one.
a split
No.
personality that would manifest as a
No.
friend.
Oh, I was gonna say even worse. I was gonna say
Fuck you.
fucking Weiss is actually the murderous rebel who's pretending to be a faunus, and she. So she's trying to keep up the fiction that she is both Blake and Weiss.
Sneaky. No, Sneaky, even
I
better.
love this.
Just make her an elf poser from what is it? Shadowrun.
Shadowrun, yeah. No, that's literally what I was gonna do. She's gonna fucking wear this headband with realistic faunus ears because she cut them
No,
off
not
of
a headband.
faunus.
She's altered. She's gotten the surgery, Sneaky.
Oh no.
oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no!
And actually,
She has a tail, but it's not a real tail. It's actually mechanical.
Actually, fucking,
It's all again.
fucking, it's just a butt plug.
Jeez.
The fake Weiss is actually a ice dust doll that Weiss made with her summoning, and that's why she can never actually publicly do summoning because she's already summoned something.
Weiss is a. Oh no, the
Yeah.
the curse is that the reason Weiss can't summon anything is because she's a ghost that summoned her own body for herself.
Oh no.
Oh no!
I like that the different scenarios all still match this description.
Yeah, because all of us in this room are intelligent and have
Yeah.
at least one creative bone in our bodies.
Yeah, or
I don't know about that other point.
Blake's all in Yang's head. Blake is actually Yang's split personality.
that's literally what I just said. That was the first thing I put
Does
forth.
that-
Yes.
Does that make their relationship masturbation?
Yes.
Yes.
For the purposes of this, yes.
Yang, look, I'm
Uh,
not going to talk
okay.
about why I found you kissing your own hand in an empty classroom, but we really need to get some practice in. Don't talk about Blake like that. Yang, please.
The accident was 7 years ago. You can let go.
She puts a fucking little bow on her hand.
Oh god.
Yeah, whenever there's conversations going on that she wants Blake to participate in, she just fucking puts like a little sock puppet with a bow.
No, even
Jesus
better.
Christ.
It's the it's the South Park joke where Carmen painted his hand, put lipstick on his on like his knuckle on the side of his hand.
Right.
And when she's doing the ventriloquism for it, it's very, very obvious that it's just her speaking out of the side of her
even
mouth.
better, it's actually perfect. It's like fucking full on a different voice that sounds like it's not coming from Yang. Did your sister learn ventriloquism just to have a split personality? Who are you
No.
calling a split personality?
No. Ruby just stands there. We're not sure if the ventriloquism happened because of the split personality or if the split personality happened. Because
Yeah,
of the
exactly. Yes,
ventriloquism.
yeah, exactly. Aura, 100%. Yeah,
An actual fucking Muppet.
yeah, literally a fucking Muppet Blake.
Bro, that would be amazing.
And then she argues with the Muppet Blake why Blake never laughs at her good jokes.
I'd like to imagine Glinda's just off to the side with Oswald going, "Why do we let these people in?"
She paid for
they're-
2
they're
spots.
She paid for 2 spots, okay.
Osmond's just standing there. She pays for 2 spots. Do you have any idea how good it is for our budget feeding one less huntsman for the entire year?
She paid for 2 spots, and we only have to feed 1 person.
Glinda's eyes go wide. We can finally fix the roof.
Max, god damn it.
Herself.
What did Max do?
Max fucking sent me the fucking demon ball on a flail.
The what?
Demon ball.
The Demon Core.
Oh. There's multiple different demon balls. That's why I was confused.
What do you mean there's multiple different demon balls?
I mean, you could have a Kako demon on a flail. You could have the demon core on a flail. You could have the meatball thing on a flail.
Yeah, as it shows right here with
You
Carrie's
could have
comment.
a beholder on a flail.
That's not really a demon. That's more of an outer planner.
And
Yeah,
in
no,
Western
we're not getting
Gas,
into that.
Carrie is talking about here. When I promise I have more info. I'll share it when I have it. I'm feeling hopeful. Basically, he's under an NDA right now. He can't actually say that this is the end of Ruby.
Ah,
So
I think more
you know
he's trying to hold on to his job, and it's just not gonna happen.
Yeah. Hey, listen. You know what? Let's talk about the newest fanfiction that's coming out. Suicide
Is that
Squad.
a fixed-side Tanya dressed as that?
No, that's
character?
Commissar Tanya.
Yeah, thick-thighed Tanya dressed as a fucking commissar, like she's in part of a marching band.
I'm not sure why the hat is so big. I think it's a perspective problem.
it
No,
was a marching band
Is
hat.
that supposed to be Tanya? I thought that was just a 40K crossover with
No, it
inspired by
looks like,
Cyberpunk.
it looks
Well,
like manga Tanya.
I assumed Tanya because it was Atin pinging sign about it.
Oh, look at the hair and the face. That is manga Tanya.
I was gonna say if
No,
it's
and
not
that's an
manga
Imperial.
Tanya, then
That's an
it should.
Imperial Guardsman. So
It's
Well,
manga,
obviously
yeah.
they're commissars.
art.
I mean, there's no reason it can't be a triple
I found the
crossover.
source and doesn't mention Tanya in it.
Yeah.
Huh.
That's what I figured.
And when someone asks, "Why does this make me think of Legacy of Tanya Evil?" she says Lamau. It does kind of give off that vibe. So I don't think Tanya was the intended design. They just chose.
That's bullshit.
No, it
Oh.
was just meant, like I said.
It's unfortunately the concept of Tanya has become too powerful and has begun leaking into the news sphere.
Sounds right.
Yeah, the commission was from someone with the Twitter handle Tech Priest.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 40K.
I've seen that art before. I've shared that art before. It's great art.
I apologize. I genuinely don't remember seeing it.
Anyway,
pretty sure I dropped it in 1 or 2 chats with you.
I believe that you shared
You've
it.
never
I said
sent
I
it to
genuinely
me.
don't remember.
Anyway,
You know what? That was a poor choice on my part. I should have sent it to you.
you should have sent
You
it
would
to
have.
me.
You would have loved the hell out of that.
I would have remembered it instantly.
You probably would have.
I do it to everyone all the time, ever, in every fucking server I'm in, and everyone in everyone in here can absolutely attest to it. Fucking Aura will post a picture, and I'll be like, "That was 3 weeks ago. This person said it."
You will. You will.
It's
Like you are a
it's
fucking
yeah,
broken
he's
record. I swear to
with
fucking God.
with physical posts. Yeah, it's great. When he's trying to remember quotes from the past from great gaming sessions, he always misattributes my quotes to other people for some reason.
He does. He does.
Well, I just see you as a perfect saint, there, Max. So you know, I just can't
Yep.
imagine you saying half the shit you do.
Uh-huh.
Doesn't help that I was kind of drunk some of those sessions.
I mean,
You're
to be
always
fair,
drunk.
it is difficult to imagine Max cursing out the enemy, but he does.
Yes.
Oh, I absolutely will.
Yes, but it's difficult to imagine
There-
such occurrences.
I've heard
there
it
were
happen real time.
there-
It was great.
There were some great moments in the old DayZ mod days with Sneaky.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, Sneaky. I don't have morphine. I have to do this.
I think
Y'all
my
ever
personal
wa-
favorite.
Max, help me, Max! Sorry, Sneaky. There's only one way I can help you.
Reload fire axe.
Load
Oh,
gun.
no gun. I had to reload my
Yeah,
fire
he had
axe.
to reload his fire
yes.
axe.
The best of those.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
Reload a
so
fire-
Long
there
story
was
short,
no
it was a
melee
mod
weapons.
that didn't have melee weapons.
Well,
Back
the
in
Arma
Arma
2
2,
itself
yeah.
just didn't have melee weapons, so they just made a fire axe that functioned like a point-blank shotgun.
Yep.
But however, part of that
so
meant
you-
that
you-
upon
you
picking
had
up the
to-
fire axe,
Yeah, to reload it.
You have to reload it. And you could run out of ammunition for it,
Yeah, your fire
which
axe
was
could
the
run
worst
out of ammo.
part.
Yeah.
It was the weirdest disconnect I've ever experienced with a mod. Like, I can't reload my fire axe anymore. I'm out of ammo. Fuck.
I think my personal favorite Max quote was the day that Max came to understand what Jackal Alley was.
Yes.
We then immediately
yes,
lowered the
that helped.
difficulty.
Did you start on Legendary?
Oh, no. We didn't actually do legendary. We went through it. I'm like, wow,
I mean,
fuck this on heroic. I can't imagine legendary.
well, a memory that Max has indeed, in fact, burned into my very core is the game we were playing. It was after the church. So what map was that, Max? It's after the
Is this
church.
After the church.
Yeah, remember you have to set off the bell. You go through the graveyard. I believe it's Left 4 Dead 2. You go through the graveyard, get to the church. The crazy church guy sets off the bell. You have to survive a horde, kill a tank, and then the safety door opens.
I can't remember the specific map. It's a Left 4 Dead 1 map. I know that much.
It's the map after that, where you start inside the church. And
you're at the top and you're looking down at a gas station and small neighborhood.
and you have to go through the No. You have to go through the apartment complex to
No,
drop off into the street where the tank spawns, and then you have to activate the horde using the forklift, and then run to the safety zone.
Yeah, you start in the church. You go down a bunch of trucks, cut through a grocery store or a convenience store.
Yeah.
Map, and then
Yes.
you're in a
I remember
bunch
this
of
one.
like a bunch of apartments and then forklift. Yeah.
And then a partially constructed, office space after the grocery store.
Yep,
that-
and you have to set off the.
that-
Yep.
That
And
map is slowly
that-
rebuilding itself in my brain right now.
Max has burned that section into my memory because he just got his favorite shotgun and he said, "Come here, Sneaky, I have something for you." And then I immediately pounced on him as a hunter, killed him, and jumped away. And Max flipped his shit in that moment.
Oh no.
No, I had a crowbar, not the shotgun.
No, it was not the shot, it was the crowbar, right.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna be able to kill a hunter in one shot with a crowbar. It's like, one,
Here comes
I wasn't
Sneaky
able
with the
to
steel
hit him.
chair.
Lol, Lamau.
Two, the worst part, I heard the hunter growling. I turn, and then mid-turn I hear the screech. So I get to see the hunter just slam into
in
me.
his face right before he gets slammed into.
Also, I want to say,
Our fucking
one of my
prototypes were
favorite
the
memories
best
with Max
weapon.
is also hunter related. It was we just finished Halo 1, and so Max was very used to get behind the hunter, shoot it in the back, and laugh at the hunter. I explicitly did not inform Max about the hunter's new attack animation. That was a jump scare.
The part where it backslams you?
The part where it just fucking spins around and brings the shield down on your skull.
Yes.
Yeah, you know, good old backhand into a shield slam, yeah.
The pimp slap was kept strong that day.
Max is like, "Why didn't you warn me?" I'm like, "It's a rite of passage."
It didn't kill me, but it came
It did
damn
not.
close.
Honestly, the fact that it didn't kill you was way more fun because then you had to panic and try to get away.
I think I
'Cause
just circled straight around him.
Because if it had killed him, then Halo 2 being Halo 2, it would have just reset us at the checkpoint.
Yeah.
Which, oh my god, that was a terrible design choice.
Yeah.
Permanent Iron Skull was a horrible, terrible mistake.
Yeah.
You're the one who put it on.
No, Iron was. That's the thing, Max. I didn't.
Iron was default.
Halo 2 just had
Yeah.
Iron enabled by default. There is no way to
No.
turn it off.
Yeah.
That was part of the problem.
Because some
There is many a days I played co-op Halo 2 with my father where we would struggle forever because my dad would like blow himself up with a rocket launcher or get blown up with a rocket launcher or get sniped. Would try and melee an elite.
Now, in fairness, getting sniped is. Listen, you can't
Those
do anything
jackals were
about that.
cheating.
Yes.
Yes, they're literally headshot on.
Yeah, actually, they were programmed specifically with aim.
They were specifically programmed to cheat. Fuck you.
Jackal is specifically programmed to fuck you.
It is why they called it Sniper Alley. Dumb ways to die.
Are we still on stream?
No, we
Some
were.
ways to die was
certainly
you
still
saying
stream.
Blaze of Glory and throwing a Molotov at your feet.
Blaze of Glory, bitches!
That was Sneaky's go-to in Left 4 Dead for a while.
Up, I'm surrounded. Fire.
Everyone, I have decided. What have you decided? Good luck.
Well, no, see, that's the difference, is that I would just light myself on fire. I didn't...
Oftentimes with a down teammate within range of the Molotov.
Yes, but it was more for me than it was for trolling my other team. Often. Not always,
Yeah.
but often.
9 times out of 10, it didn't work.
No.
That 1 out of 10 time.
Was funny.
It was funny. You actually, I remember one time you actually killed a tank while you were downed
Mm-hmm.
because it was almost dead
Yep.
and it walked into your fire.
Yep.
You were also the only person left,
Yep.
so we still had to restart.
Yeah.
But you did kill a tank posthumously.
Yes.
The tank died. So did all of us. But the tank died.
Let's see. The following
Derek.
story I shall write with you is an effort to rewrite Ruby into an adult-oriented AU. Okay, let me be
Okay,
clear
but why
here.
though?
I hate adult-oriented. Bitch, adults like the same shit teenagers like.
They just like it with more drinking.
No. It's just... I'm sorry, but you make a fucking show that's about high-octane action, and a guy who is 60 is just as likely to see it as a guy who's 14.
Yup.
Adult-oriented is for people who have absolutely no skill and want to rely on the promise of porn to attract attention of an audience with more money than a teenager.
But I like money.
Yeah, but it's a crutch. You can write plot with porn just fine. And I'm talking to you, Sign. I'm not using the ephemeral you. I am literally talking to you. You are fully capable of writing plot with porn. It's just you don't.
Well, I like writing what I like writing, okay?
Like, honestly, I'm going to be 100% real with you. Your Zuko story, I would consider it like the second best story you've written.
And there's not even any porn yet.
Exactly. Like, all of your porn stories suffer heavily from you including porn in it, not because you've included porn in it, but because a majority of the story ends up revolving around the porn. Like,
Fair.
not that porn is included in the story, and the characters are like, hey, we're both consenting adults, let's have a sex scene. It's like half of the story, even when they're not having sex, the parts where they're not having sex end up being them talking about the sex they're gonna be having.
Are getting around to having sex, organizing sex somehow.
Exactly.
Hunting for partners for sex.
Exactly. And don't get me wrong, sex sells to a degree. I understand.
Yeah.
I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying, trying to market your story as adult-oriented is a hack for people who have literally nothing else to market with.
Which is a shame, because you don't need it.
Yes. Also, let's be clear here. Giordino's stories have a mild amount of sex in them, and he's earning 5 times what you are. So...
Yeah. But also, Giordino is less politically offensive than I am.
I don't know about that one there, buddy.
QQ specifically.
You still don't think so, buddy? He mostly posts just to fanfiction.net. Humans like the 3 things. What are Giordino's politics and what fandoms does he write for? He is currently writing a Naruto story, gamer, a Pokemon story, self-insert, no gamer. He is currently writing a DxD story, no gamer. He is writing... that's the only 3 I'm currently following from him. No. He's not... Yeah, he is writing Naruto Gamer. Yeah, Naruto Gamer, yeah. Naruto Gamer is the only one that's gamer. To be fair, he does very tastefully do it.
No, the Danmachi one is also gamer. But then again, it's Danmachi, so everyone's a gamer.
Yeah, the Danmachi one is gamer plus. So it's like Danmachi gamer style, but like a little bit extra tacked on. He doesn't have a separate system. He just has a
He's got a cheat skill.
He has a premium reward being attached to the Danmachi scale.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right, the Don Machi story. They're all self-inserts. Let's be clear here. These are all self-inserts. These are no attempts at trying to write main characters in any of their series. These are all 100% self-inserts, unashamedly, unabashedly, and people are paying him $10,000 to do it, and he updates maybe one of those stories a month. So,
Which is hilarious because compared to him, I've actually got a wider breadth of characters written as far as, yeah, sure, I'll delve into self-inserts.
yeah, but they're all porn.
Yes, okay.
Yeah. Like, you might have a wider breadth of characters written, but all you do is write porn with them.
Yeah, I can't deny that.
As far as what his politics are, I would say he's fairly heavy libertarian capitalist.
Yeah, but that's not really that offensive compared to very conservative.
Well, he heavily objectifies women.
Nobody gives a fuck about that. As evidence that people paying him money,
the sad
gives a
thing
fuck
is I literally don't even have a response for that.
Tell me I'm wrong. He's got $10,000 worth of people paying for his shit.
Dude's
Nobody
making
gives a fuck about that.
Dude's making $120K a year objectifying women, and it works.
Very well, apparently.
So it's like, I don't even know. Like, damn. But yeah, honestly, sorry. Real talk here. I'm 50%. I'm 50% through my bottle. Real talk. I actually think you would have more people subscribing to you if you A, updated more regularly, and B, made the porn less frequent.
I update 3 days a week with 5K chapters apiece.
Yeah, but all of it's porn.
Fuck. Porn is what I'm being commissioned for.
I'm aware porn is what you're being commissioned for, but my point is you would probably have a wider breadth of readers who are there not commissioning it, but paying you monthly for access early to your stories because they're interested in the plot of your stories, not the porn. Because the porn's going to come out eventually, and they can just read it, and it's honestly, it's pretty generic porn. I've seen it everywhere. It's nothing special.
More plot, less porn.
Like, here's the thing: if you kept all the porn out of the Zuko story, and you put it behind like a Patreon paywall,
ooh, that's an idea too. Yeah. These are the porn extra chapters. Yeah.
You think?
Honestly, yes. Well, A, keeping some of the chapters behind the paywall for early viewing, that is a major moneymaker, but also paying for porn makes it feel more special to people.
So just do a chapter of, this is the porn chapter. It can be skipped, and it's not going to drop on anywhere else but behind the paywall.
Well, I mean, you say yes, that's exactly what you do.
Yeah.
And what you do is you sign can still have the enjoyment of writing the porn, and you can still include romance in the story
and the commissions, because you actually probably would even get more commissions for just porn chapters behind the paywall, because then you can double dip with it, because if you got the commission for the porn chapter and then you can put the porn chapter behind the paywall for everyone else besides the commissioner, and then everyone's already interested in the story because of the plot, because you do write good plot. And so now they want to pay to read the story more. They want to pay to read the porn of the story. And the commissioned porn is now a more special thing than just, oh, Signs updated another chapter of porn.
Okay. Fuck it, I'll try it. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, even Killionaire is like, yeah, I'm more here for your plot than your porn.
Because that's the thing. You write a good story, my man.
Like, there's literally chapters you'll update on the Discord. I'll look at it, scroll quickly through, I'll be like, alright, majority porn, skip.
Damn, you didn't need to fucking murder him like that.
Well, no, because, like, here's the thing. Listen, Sign writes perfectly serviceable smut. But A, I'm not here for smut. And B, if I am, I have this magical thing called the internet.
I'm not
where
paying
I can go
for it.
see whatever I want.
Yeah.
Fair.
Also, so on top of that, like your fucking Runius story, that's an actual original idea with an actually original self-character, OC, that's not a self-insert, that is a, interesting character, both from his background and how he behaves, and the way you've introduced who he's connected to was slow dripped over time in a great way that made people go, oh! And none of it came off as ridiculous, dumb, stupid power wank, even though it's absolutely gonna be dumb, stupid power wank.
I mean, it's DxD. Everything devolves into dumb, stupid power wank.
Right, but that's my point, though, is you didn't just open up with, here's my OC self-insert, he's got a massive dick, he's the son of Michael the Archangel, his aunt's Gabriel, and he's fucking the primeval god of hell.
Yeah, fair.
Like, if you came out and opened the chapter with that, no one would fucking read it besides the absolute bottom-of-barrel dipshits that just want to jack off to words on a screen and have absolutely no recollection of them.
Honestly, I have never understood those kind of people because, like, bro, just the
They are
internet.
sad.
Just watch porn? Yeah.
I mean, I like reading porn. That's a thing. I'm
you nailed
sorry.
Zenobia with the reaction to "I'm married to a demon." Yeah, 100 out of 100. I loved that scene. That whole scene was great. It's JK and the dual cultivation story was good for sex, but I'm really interested in the plot going on inside it. Yeah, exactly. Sneaky, what do you think about the idea of writing the porn as well as showing some sex scene art for it? Hey, I mean, it's gonna sell.
I don't have any art.
Oh no, because this is the artist talking.
Mm.
Who does porn art of fan fiction. I mean, yeah, it'll sell.
Wait, Attention doesn't.
Yeah, Attention does art porn.
Oh right, yes, yeah.
So the thing you have to keep in mind is that porn is literally free. You're going to have a subset of audience that will pay for porn. But they're paying for porn. They're not paying for your porn. If that makes sense, right?
That does make sense.
They're not coming back because it's Sign's porn. They're coming back because whatever porn Sign is writing tickles their fetish stick. Yeah. And if someone else writes that porn, they're gonna go consume that porn too. And that's why Cambrian makes so much money, because he takes literally every fetish under the sun and writes a pornographic story for it. So literally every fetish under the sun is giving him money for it.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, Sign, you unfortunately have a little too much moral
standards,
fiber, and outdated views to make money as a really make money
as a porn author. Yeah,
smut dude, because like I said, we joke about it, but I would say, Sneaky, conservatively, a third of the students at the art students at Champlain were putting themselves through college just by drawing
furry porn. Yeah,
big, huge, furry horse dicks. And
stuff.
Yeah,
100%.
Did they like it? No, God, they hated every minute of it. But hey, this dude wanted me to draw some fox boy getting railed by a minotaur.
I was talking to one of the artist guys that that like to
and they paid me $12,000 for it.
Yeah, it was like, yeah, I got paid like $2,000 this week from this one furry guy who wanted me to draw his persona with like an 18-inch horsecock dick that was like bulging and throbbing with like multiple veins going everywhere. I hated every second of it, but he paid me $2,000, and he does that every single week. I'm like,
but I can't sell
Fair.
my morals like that.
But you can. You're an
I
American.
won't.
right, but that's the thing though, is you won't, they will. People won't go to you for porn, they're going to Cambrian for porn, because no matter what fucked up degenerate scene they propose, all Cambrian does is say, more money please.
I should make a tier list of how much things cost by how disgusting it is.
And you know what the best part is, Sign? If you're actually willing to do it, you can sort it by how disgusting it is to you. Oh, they just want me to write 2 chicks going at it? That's fine. They want me to include a chick with a dick? That's gonna be a 50%. You want me to?
Sorry, that's $1,000.
Yeah, no,
You want furries?
that's the
1,000.
wild thing, right? See, if you just full on upfront, so like, I want you to write male on male furry porn explicitly, and you're just like, all right, that's cool. Look, because of everything involved, that's going to be around $1,800. A, it's a furry, so they're probably just going to say, oh, that cheap?
A, yes.
No,
B,
don't make that much.
and of
You
course,
don't understand
can
how much furries make.
Yeah, you don't understand, bro. Do you know what their suits cost, bro?
they
I don't
drop
know.
they drop like $20K on these fucking fursuits, bro. The amount of expendable income and what a furry considers expendable income is it's crazy.
But yeah, and here's the thing, right? You always still have, right? You can then, after you put your ascending price list of here's what this will cost you from me, you can still have your list of I categorically will not write, and then anything with a minor, anything with a
Right,
so on
CP,
and so forth.
Add multipliers for cost, yeah.
Yeah, but
well,
right,
so
but
this
that's
is the
what I'm saying.
advice
You can still have your list of,
I think I
but
gave
I
this
will never
advice
ever
attention.
Then I will actually write this,
Yeah,
yes.
I think I actually gave this advice attention, where literally I was just like, well, maybe it might not have been tension, but it was someone that was complaining about the shit people were asking them to write. And I was just like, look, just add multipliers to it.
It was probably Alvor.
Actually, it was Alvor, yeah. I was just like, look, just add multipliers to it. If you really absolutely utterly loathe, like it makes you want to retch, add like a ×7 multiplier to what you would normally charge someone. Because the thing is, right, imagine this scenario. McDonald's calls you up and says, hey, do you want to work here at McDonald's? And you say, fuck no. Now you don't get the job. But if you say, sure, I'll do it for $180K, and they say yes?
Yeah, okay.
Exactly. The worst that, and the way I described it to him, I was like, look, the worst that happens is they say, sorry, that's too much. So now you don't have to write it anyway. But if you make the price a price you're willing to compromise on, and they say yes, you just got a shit ton of money.
I've actually been kind of halfway considering how easy it would be if I just took some of my already written material, copied out the lewd scenes, did a find and replace on the names, changed a few details, and went, here you go.
Sign, I hate to break this to you, but if you copied out the lewd scenes, you need to add an extra 50K words to make it a story.
Damn, bro.
You walked into that.
I have stories with literally 5K chapters, each worth of words, just smattered throughout.
Sign, my story doesn't count. I am literally paying you to not write porn in it.
And have I written any porn in it?
Yeah, you haven't,
Not
but
yet,
you also
not yet.
haven't written the next fucking chapter of it.
moment someone else commissions a chapter, you probably will.
No, people have. That's the problem. We're still waiting, son.
Yes, I know I'm behind on my comms and I need to write more. That's
Where is it?
exactly what I'm doing next.
Where is it?
In
When
my
you
head.
publish, put sex in the published works. Okay, honestly, so I am working with someone right now who is currently in the process of trying to publish their story. What I told them, and they didn't believe me, and then they went to a publisher, and what the publisher told them. People aren't going to buy books as a general audience for the sex involved in them. Women bought 50 Shades of Grey, not for the sex, but the foreplay and the imaginative scenarios involved in the story. Just putting sex in your story doesn't make it edgy anymore. It doesn't make it cool anymore. It doesn't make it rebellious, counterculture, or anything. Sex is expected now in the modern literature. Generation Alpha is actually becoming hyper Puritan and is actively going out of their way to censor sex from the material they consume.
Yeah, I've seen that, and it's kind of fucking weird.
Well, I mean, it's what happens when literally you turn every corner and every show is about sex and every show has a sex scene in it and every movie is about sex and every book is about sex and your teacher talks about you having sex and your mom talks about you having sex.
Yeah, that's fair.
You're going to do the opposite. Yeah, and literally that's literally what I told the guy trying to publish right now is Fade to Black is so much better because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how good of a writer you are. If the person reading your story wants to read the sex, they're going to imagine the sex scene in their head when you fade to black, and it's going to be better than whatever you write. If the person reading the story doesn't want the sex, they're going to be happy as well because it's a fade to black and they can just be like, oh yeah, it's kind of like how my parents had sex to have me, I just don't have to think about it.
I just have to never think about that information ever again.
Right, it is
weird.
And so you actually please both parties. The only party you don't please are the fetishists who are explicitly there for the sex. And the fetishists...
I was here for Tanya to be turned into a boy and raped. Okay, moving on.
And yeah, honestly, that's what it is at the end of the day. And that's like one of every 1,000 people. And honestly, they probably weren't going to buy the rest of your books anyway. So,
but if you tell them that for $10 a month, they can read that chapter.
Some people will pay, some people won't. On the other hand, I do know some published authors who they did the fade to black thing for a while, and then they actually started writing out the actual sex scenes once they established a client base because people wanted the sex scenes.
Right, but that...
Sure, but that's changing your... That's taking customer feedback into account and altering your product offering.
Right, yeah. Right. Once you establish the consumer base and the consumer base says, we want this, we want that, you can start to tailor more of the scenes to pander to the consumer base, because once you establish a consumer base and you stop growing as much, you're never going to reach the wider audience. There is going to be a cutoff point in where Lord of the Rings stops being attractive to people, and no amount of changing Lord of the Rings will attract them. And you have to find that cutoff point. Once you establish your audience and your audience kind of slows down to a trickling growth, but you have that solid user base, you can start taking their opinions into account to change what exactly you're displaying in the story. But you have to aim for the wider audience initially, and I'm not saying wider audience as in cast a fucking net over the whole goddamn ocean. I'm just saying cast the net, and then you can start spearfishing. but you have to cast the net first. And then once you know what you're catching, then you can start targeting it. But until that point, spearfishing is useless, and going for the ultra-wide giga audience is useless. Because you're never going to please everyone, and you're never going to be able to target the market before it knows what it wants. That's just how it is. So, I said I wanted to read a Ruby story, but I kind of just want to make fun of this author and go to bed.
Fair enough.
Understandable.
Because this author's note just makes me want to laugh. Our primary goal in writing this story is to transform the world of Remnant into a dark fairy tale that could always be felt throughout the narrative, while trying to maintain as much of the original story structure as we can. This is an alternate retelling of Ruby. And so, while you may see familiar pieces left and right, they may not play the same roles as you expect them to. And while this story is dark, we do mean dark. This story will contain disturbing story elements, contain content uncomfortable and unpleasant to read. The first half of this story seems to be considered by readers the lighter half, so disclaimers will appear later on. To more accurately affect the feeling of viewing an anime, manga, or TV show, we have divided this story into different arcs because I am a retarded shitlib and I don't understand what narrative prose means.
Uh-huh.
I might have added that last part.
You got any fucking thing else to say?
Nah, I might have added that last part.
Yeah, you might add.
Might have.
Nah, maybe it was a little bit. Yeah, just a little bit of a...
Just a little bit of a...
little bit. Smidge.
Just a little bit.
Yes. If you are a new reader, I heartily recommend you start from the beginning of this story.
This is not as fun as it was last Friday.
See why I called him a retarded shitlib with no writing literacy?
Yeah, I did.
But if you are a returning reader who is reading the first chapter of this story for some arbitrary reason, and you would like to go to your favorite story arc in particular, you can skip to the desired arc as the following index. There are additional side arcs that take place between major storylines and usually have lighter tones in the narrative. This story will cover the events of Volume 1, though it does notably divert in many places. This story will cover Volume 1, but it also massively diverts into a gargantuan AU. Also, we're keeping true to Ruby, but we're removing Grimm.
What was the name
What?
of this story again?
Let us be your poison.
This is like jumping through so many hoops to justify shit.
And remember, this is fan fiction and anything can happen.
No, fuck off.
Fuck you. No, it can't.
Are you really a fan if you're butchering the source material?
Yeah, apparently that's what that means in this day and age. Fucking
Death to you.
put a goddamn stake up Monty's ass and create a perpetual motion machine.
Ha.
As such, this page will be constantly updated to contain more information as the story continues to divest in the distant future. If you like this story, please consider following us oh, well, you know, I really liked your story, author, but I'm actually never gonna come back to it ever again.
I am, in fact, going to leave for all time.
Like, look, I can remember, I can forgive a YouTube creator, because, you know, fucking, Spiff actually made a diagnostic video on this. Saying don't forget to subscribe and like the video works. Massive subscription and like count increase when you do that.
Also, YouTube has this new thing where apparently either they're picking it up or authors manually trigger it for when they say it, but when you say the words, it highlights the buttons now.
Oh, that's cool.
The buttons glow or some
either
shit.
way, like, look, people will watch videos and forget to subscribe.
Lord knows most people do that. They forget.
But, you know, that's usually because if it's an hour-long video, you have it on the background. If it's a 15-minute video, you have it on the background. If it's a 5-minute video, you watched it and then hit next. This is a book. This is a book that is 639,000 words long. If you get to the end of a 639,000 word book and go, I don't want more of this, that is not an accident.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like no one reads the first book of Lord of the Rings and goes, man, I really liked this first book of Lord of the Rings in the trilogy Lord of the Rings. I'm not gonna read the rest. Said no one fucking ever.
There are some times where it's like, everyone knows the first book is great, but the second book is just complete dog shit.
Well, sign, just because you're right in this instance doesn't mean you have to embody it with your own writing.
Fuck off.
Sign.
Gotta love how Sign just walks into shit.
I gotta ask
You need
like,
glasses?
No, listen, bro. I gotta. Are you like? Is this like a fetish for you? Like, are you getting off to get degraded here?
No, it's actually is a habit to the point where I set them up so other people can knock them down because it's funny.
All right, just as long as you're like
aware.
I'm aware of what I'm doing and that I'm doing it, yes.
Okay, because listen, at this point, it felt kind of like bullying the stupid kid on the playground.
Sign the class, retard. Watch the next episode of Fanfiction Theater to find out.
Don't worry, I'm only pretending to be retarded.
Quit stealing my job.
Yeah, you're putting
Are you
nose out of
Mexican or
work.
something?
No.
You sure about that? Because you're trying to steal my job.
No, we have the Mexicans in chat. He's busy writing porn of you.
I thought it was Crow that was the professional retard.
Unfortunately, Sneaky, you're wrong. I do know people who will read a book, say it's very good, and then never read the sequel. Okay, look. I've done that in the past simply because I'm like, oh, I will read this book. And I put the book down, and then 9 months pass. I'm like, oh. I never read the book. No, it's worse. Okay, go on.
Uh-oh. Okay.
He goes, okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared. I'm drinking.
It's gonna be underwhelming.
I think it sucks. Okay. And a waste of time. Okay.
Understandable.
So I won't read more. Okay.
I'm not seeing the problem.
What's the problem?
Like, that's
Yeah.
actually
No matter what people say about it. Yeah, okay, and
There are
okay.
listen.
That,
Amazon
that's
put an amazing function in the Kindle library, which was the remove book from library forever. Because there were some books that I thought, hey, this is pretty good. I like this. And then I read them and I got more of the way through them and I said,
I banish
actually
you to
hate
the Shadow Realm. You have displeased the Pharaoh.
the nice thing about that is
You threw off my
if you
groove.
get to the book in time, you can delete it from your library and they will refund you for it.
no, well, yes, that's an option.
As long as you
Uh,
as long as you don't read past a certain point. I don't know what that point is though.
Well, I was gonna say, those books, unfortunately, I bought these
Yeah,
books
they're best.
well before that function was in the library.
Oh, then yeah, no, those are you just threw money down the drain.
Yes, but now I never have to look at them again. And I never have to ask myself, why the fuck you spend money on that, dumbass?
But no, I'm still not seeing how like this is worse. What Killionaire is telling us, like, dude knows what he likes, knows what he doesn't like, and won't waste his time going any further. Okay. I don't see a problem with that. Aside from he's probably limiting himself from some of the better reads out there. Did Sneaky just pass out?
That's entirely possible.
Maybe.
Did he die? Did his liver finally give up?
No, I
Doubt
don't think that man's liver would die unless he was literally stabbed in it, and even then, it's 50-50.
So I thought I just heard snoring from his mic.
Did my man
Sneaky.
fall asleep?
I mean, it's
Sneaky.
possible.
Oh my god, he fell asleep.
I think he did.
Is the stream still ongoing?
Oh yeah, the
Yes.
stream's still going. None of us can
Yeah.
stop it.
Oh no!
I was wondering why it was still going on. I thought he closed
Well,
12-hour stream?
it.
well, everybody, we appreciate.
Oh, okay. If he said
he's
he'll
taking
be
it back.
okay.
Oh, he's
Attention,
still-
if you think that's enough to get rid of Sneaky,
What about
you,
me?
you definitely don't know Sneaky.
we
Don't
thought
worry
you fell
about it.
asleep.
No, sleeping on stream, I've done that before.
Oh, yeah, you've done it on stream. Tension's saying the final episode of Sneaky. It's like, nah, it'll take more than that to get rid
Oh,
of
it'll
him.
take way more than that.
This man will not die unless you literally stab him multiple times.
Bro,
And
I
even then.
literally drank 1.5 liters. I drank, actually, no, it was 2 liters of
I
vodka.
know what you've done. I don't need a
know
fucking
you know what
refresher.
I've done, bitch ass! I was fucking saying it! I've drank more than 2 liters of vodka in a single sitting of 2 hours before, blacked out, continued the stream for another hour, got up, brushed my teeth, put my toothbrush back where it was supposed to be, put my toothpaste back where it was supposed to be, declothed properly, got into bed, and woke up just fine the next day.
No hangover, no alcohol
hangover,
poisoning.
nothing. Yeah, best night of sleep I got in my life.
That I
You
can
know
believe.
the people that you get mad about because they get like no hangovers after drinking for 6 hours. That's this motherfucker.
Also, alternative scenarios. I've said this before. Someone literally drove my head into a cinder block wall so hard it broke the cinder block, and then threw me through a metal-backed table so hard it broke the table and bent the metal, and I walked away with no injuries, no soreness, no pain, and they went to the hospital. It's gonna be very difficult to kill me. Anyway, where were we? Cover the events of Volume 1. Page will be updated. Also, as far as what you have said, good Killionaire, sir, God damn it, I'm fucking sober already. I literally stood up to piss, and I'm already feeling sober.
I like the implication that your body didn't even bother filtering the alcohol out. Just sent it straight through. It's like, this will work itself out.
No, because I was starting to slur my words a little bit earlier on, but now I'm just fucking. I literally got up, walked around, and now I'm sober.
Does this man need an alcohol IV?
Bro, they fucking take my blood and they have to drain the alcohol out of it, okay?
Sneaky is like the demo man from TF2.
The
if he
reason
somehow had
Sneaky's never
words
gotten
with him.
sick is because his body is actually in a constant state of disinfecting itself.
If only. Well, I mean, technically speaking, this is correct. I did get my blood taken, and they came back to me, and they're like, you have a lethal level of white blood cells in your body.
Yeah, like, I believe you were told that you cannot donate.
Yeah. I don't have perms to join. Oh, my bad, Ove. Let me,
Oh, do you want me to handle that?
I'll fix you up, Ove. I'll fixin' you good. Roles, guest stars. Congratulations, Ove.
Move.
You finally got it. After 10,000 years.
You thought I wasn't paying attention? You thought I was too drunk?
What an
You
awful
are.
curse to give
It's
someone.
over.
I mean, it's actually 11 o'clock right now.
It's great. We're just gonna keep going. Fuck you. Eat shit and die.
Oh, okay.
Excellent. Well done.
My mic wasn't working.
Oh, okay. Well, it is now.
Right.
As I was saying, what was I saying? I'm hard to kill. Fuck you and die.
Killionaire's recounting of his
comment.
friend.
Right.
Like, this
I
is
have
the worst
actually
we've
read
seen.
the entirety of the Twilight Saga. Said, wow, this was a waste of time. This entire series sucks shit. I hate every single character in it. And the only fan fiction I would ever read is all of the characters dying.
There are probably at least a dozen stories for that.
There are. Actually,
least.
there's actually a prototype Twilight crossover specifically called Alex Mercer Kills the Cullen Clan.
Oh, perfect.
And the story is
Perfect.
literally just Alex Mercer butchering the Cullens.
Okay. It would have been funnier if it was just Alucard from Helsing.
Sure, but I was in the prototype
A
at the time,
real
so that's why I
fucking vampire. Come on now.
Ove is coming out swinging with this reaction.
Ove is coming out. The Zoomers be hitting.
boy.
When this guy gets around to writing Ruby Fix, he keeps saying he's gonna write it. I'll have to let you know, bro. Do it.
Wait.
Do it. Do it. Fucking link us
Hold
that
up.
shit.
Oh, wait. Is this the guy that just says stuff sucks without explaining why he doesn't like it?
Yeah. Well, okay. Look, honestly, okay. So I'm gonna leak some DMs here.
Uh-oh.
Max, I'm sorry. So Max has a friend who is that guy.
Oh yes, this fellow.
That guy? Which guy?
Who only thinks things are popular if the creators he follows like them. Max tried for years.
This guy.
Yeah.
Wow, I think that's the most disgusted I've ever heard of.
Damn.
Wow.
Max tried for years, and I listened to him for years complaining about it, about trying to get this guy into fighting games, into Minecraft, into
No, I didn't have to do it with fighting games. It was me and my friend group tried for years here in Georgia to get this one guy like, hey, hop in Minecraft with us. We will pitch in to buy it for you. It's a great game. Blah 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 blah. We sent him trailers, gameplay, all kinds of stuff.
He
wouldn't touch it.
He would not fucking touch it at all. He thought it was boring, stupid, whatever. And then the second his favorite VTuber went and played Minecraft for the first time, he's like, oh my god, Minecraft is such a great game. What a fad. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be amazing.
And then, so he made a comment the other month that I was like, wait, what? It's like
Yeah.
it was weird that oh, Hololive's playing Rust again. They haven't done that since the last time it was a fad. I'm like, Hololive
Yeah.
didn't exist in 2013. What are you talking about? It's like, no, they played it like 2 or 3 years ago. It's like Rust was not a fad in 2020, my guy. It was a fad in 2013.
Yeah.
Bro, Rust hasn't been hot since I was in college.
He views things as fads as when his favorite VTubers play them.
I was so confused. Like,
Oh,
there
what was
is
the other
no
comment he said to you?
way.
It's so sad that the fad for Lethal Company is over, or something.
No, that you must have been talking to someone else about that.
Yeah, you got to be talking to someone else about that.
Shut the fuck up,
'cause,
Nose. You weren't there.
Lethal Company's never come up in our group aside from when they get a game going, which I'm usually
Really?
busy with other stuff when they get those
Okay.
going. So
Cause
it was something else
It
I
had to
sent
be a
you,
different
though.
game then.
It was recent too, because it's like there's
Yeah.
no way that this friend of mine is being this consistent.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, wait, no. No, I was making fun of we were making fun of the fact that Fauna hopped in. I think it was Fauna hopped in Dota 2 for the first time in like 20 years.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
you were like, go ask him what he thinks about the new Dota 2 fad. It's like, no.
Yeah.
I don't
Jesus
think Fauna
Christ.
playing Dota 2 got a bunch of people to install Dota 2.
I
Because
think
I
did.
think it fucking did.
I think you can go and look at the user spike.
Yeah.
I'm willing to bet there was at minimum
I
a
can
10
bet
to
you're
20,000
Mick fucking
spike.
wrong.
What probably happened was it got a bunch of people to return as well.
Yeah, more or less. I would really say.
I would be more.
I'm willing to put money down that there were some people on stream that they heard, "Where's the side shop gone to?" Like, wait, what?
Yeah, the funniest shit ever was the fucking comment section as the live chat as it was going when she said, "Where'd the side shop go?" And a bunch of people were like, "Ah, Fauna, you're hurting us! You're hurting us!"
Like,
Bring back my boy, the side shop. He did nothing wrong.
The side
side
shop went
shop-
away 7 years ago.
The side shop is old enough. I remember it being talked of when I'd sit in on your guys' Dota games.
Yeah,
sometimes,
the
and then
side shop
they
got
got rid of
removed 7 years ago.
Fauna is inflicting curse of ages unknowingly.
Yeah, Fauna just fucking like artillery shelled some curse
Fauna
of ages
has-
left and right.
Fauna just has an aura
Wait,
of
wait,
Curse of Ages.
No, domain expansion just dropped.
Oh god.
You know what we
Domain
really need? I
extension
really
for
think we need an OVE voice pack for just any
Oh
game.
no.
Oh
Do
my
it.
god. Are you fucking kidding? This happened last time.
And I'm gonna say it
Yes.
again.
No. Now he's saying
Also-
no. Now he wants to use you as a Dota 2 announcer. Before he wanted to use you as a
soundboard.
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 Oh my god. No.
I mean, you do lend yourself to a soundboard.
She would also make
I
a
can do
great
multiple-
alternative Halo announcer.
Tina.
You know,
Can
that
you say Killing
actually
Spree?
that actually
Get
would
on
be
fire.
hilarious to mod into a multiplayer match.
Just
What?
you killed.
Is that okay? Sneaky, this is more purview.
Yeah.
Sign as well. Is there any way that we can inject this mod into players that happen to join the match?
Only if you're doing peer to peer.
Not really.
Oh,
No.
Even peer to peer, not really.
No. If you're doing
Chat,
no, it really depends on how the peer-to-peer handled. If the peer-to-peer is just positions on the map, then no. But if the peer-to-peer is one person is the host and everyone is pulling files from the host for everything, then it would be possible.
yeah, that's not how it works with the new Halo. Everything's stored centrally on.
Oh well, yeah. Well,
servers,
but he was
so-
asking if it would be possible, not if it could happen in the current Halo game.
Yeah, fair. You could do it on an older Halo.
Yes, easily. Yeah.
Like Halo CE, easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
Yeah.
Not the days of running Halo CE
What would
demo
I
on
even
a
say
computer.
though?
Killionaire, Kilimanjaro.
You would just say
Oh.
whatever comes to mind, or we give you a
Or you could
pre-written
do it. You
script.
could do it the good old fashioned Gabe Newell way of you have killed more than 2, less than 4 people.
I'm not reading that.
That'd be hilarious.
I ain't doing all that.
Wow, that's a lot of people. So when you say your body count is 7, does that make it awkward or?
You know, it's very telling, by the way, that how quickly I gave up on the editing, the highlight project that you guys want me to do for this stream.
Oh, because we had too many highlights, or it was too much work. Which, to be fair, we
Because-
have output like.
Because at the point you guys asked me, we were in our 3rd year,
Yeah.
and the remnants of those video files aren't even on my computer anymore.
To be
I
fair,
downloaded the first 44 episodes.
they
and I was
are
like,
on
nope,
YouTube.
no. Most of them are. I think we got like a 4-month spate where they wouldn't cross-post for some reason. YouTube was being stupid, Twitch was being stupid.
No. I just didn't post any videos for 4 months.
Yeah,
So the
some
finally comes out.
stuff is lost to time, so I was like, I'll try to keep up with it.
Very few
and-
episodes are actually lost to time. 2 episodes were lost because Rooster Teeth copy struck me for insulting their stuff. Another episode
That's
was
true.
lost for Warner Brothers copy striking me for insulting Rooster Teeth. Yeah. And then we lost 2 episodes because I did not make the cutoff timer of Twitch's
yeah.
bubble. You got the last laugh. I'm still going and they ain't!
You know, I think it's hilarious that the one anime contempt episode we attempted is still up because I did a really good job of
Yeah,
futzing that footage up.
yeah.
Sadly, it only has 20 views, which is
Which is wild
by-
that 20 people clicked on it.
Yeah.
over the course of 5 years.
Hey, look, man, 4 views a year is
Those-
pretty good.
Those might not even be unique views, is the weirder part.
True.
Wait, what?
I would need to be logged in, but there's a good chance that those aren't even like unique views. That could be someone, that could be like 10 people who accidentally refresh the page, giving us a couple extra views.
What the fuck happened there? Wait, hold up. Oh shit,
A
the whole
reminder
fucking wheel
that
just
YouTube
gone?
counts total views, not unique views
Oh.
when showing you.
Oh no,
video.
wait, what?
That's dumb.
What happens?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, he
What
did.
happened?
He snapped the front wheel off.
Oh, yeah, that was the back wheel that snapped, I think.
No, the back wheel's still there. If you see it when at the end of the video, the back wheel's still there when he kick flips. He turned
Oh
the
shit!
front.
That's
I'm
what
gonna have
caused him to launch.
I'm gonna have to.
Yeah, I
zoom
see
in
what
on that.
Sneaky's talking about.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I was looking at it real tiny. Yeah,
That front
That's why
wheel's
he
gone.
flies.
Yeah.
that assembly is so bad.
It's made of the
That poor-
strongest Chinesium.
That poor bastard.
Well, the scary part is it clearly wasn't welded on. It kind of
Oh
just
yeah.
fell.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you know what? Now that Ove is here, I think
Well,
it's
Ove's
time
gone.
for Ove to
She's
be.
AFK.
She's lurking.
Damn.
What's the female version of Rent a Girlfriend? JK.
Basically, yeah.
The fuck is JK?
Signs crap.
Porn. No, Sign used it because it's a real thing in Japan.
Oh.
Basically, it's,
Joshi Kosei. It's a female Japanese student.
yeah, who pretends to date you for money.
She's a hooker.
Yeah.
Well, no, that's just the shorthand for female high schooler. A
Yes,
JK worker is the specific term you're looking for.
yes, but they're called a JK worker because it's mostly high school girls who are doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's compensated dating.
yes. I know JK is not a worker, but a JK worker absolutely still a high schooler.
Yeah.
Yes. Not always, but yes.
Alternatively, long-term prostitute, but that's really just girlfriend in general.
No, Phoenix, that's JJK, not JK.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Jujutsu Kaisen.
That would be hilarious.
That is
That
that,
is
that,
a
that's
mix
not
up.
that's
not
hilarious.
that.
Oh,
That's not that.
yeah,
No, no.
Sign a JK is specifically a high schooler. Stop perpetuating shit you don't understand, dude.
But it makes him
There-
horny.
That worries me with what he just said.
I mean, it should work.
I'm a little bit
No. Oh, the middle schoolers and elementary
Oh,
schoolers have a
Jesus
different
Christ. I'm
shorthand.
sorry, author. Okay, so
Oh,
the
yes, you're
I
wrong.
have to read this fucking
Well,
opening bit of the
You're not
author.
wrong
no.
in what they go for. You're just
Alright,
wrong in the narrative you're using.
So the author.
No, 14 is high school in America. 14 is still middle school in Japan. 15
Is
is
it?
usually freshman age.
Yeah, no, because Japan and in Japan, middle school and high school are only 3 years. So high school,
Elementary school is like 6 years.
Yeah. That's why they make it high schoolers, because that's above the age of consent in Japan. So anyway, the author starts their story off with, "In the beginning there was light. And through that, the birth of the soul, humanity was born. Humanity are beings of love and energy."
Are we though?
"And they spread through the land, using their intellect to craft societies and create tools to survive the wilderness. Their numbers swelled, and through hundreds of years they ruled over Remnant with peace and tranquility." Hey, Lo, yes, Alex, I would like things that never fucking happened for 100.
I can smell the bullshit.
And then creatures without souls are born, because why not? Way later, by the way. So there was only light, and then darkness came 600 years after humanity built society.
Humanity must have had some sick fucking tans, bro.
Oh yeah, by the way, fucking Phoenix brings up a good point here. Faunists don't exist yet. Interesting. Faunists
Well,
are
remember,
not,
faunists didn't exist until
boy.
later.
faunists are not included in the beings of light, energy, love, and peace and prosperity, according to this
Well,
author.
trying to tell us
also,
something?
he could be saying that he read ahead and is just dropping a story twist on us.
Also
with
true. Also true. Also, yeah.
Well, it's funnier.
By the way, as Killianer says, this is a non-Grimm story, so this is going to be interesting with the Grimm being introduced. The Grimm lived for a single purpose, which was to consume the energy of all living things, driven by fear and anger. Why would Grimm fear or be angry if they didn't have a soul? Author.
Okay, reading ahead. It's just a fairy tale book.
Yes, of course. And the Grimm
course,
hunted
yeah.
down humanity and
You
slaughtered
know-
them by thousands,
you know
consuming
what?
their souls and their essence, and from them came Faunus. I'm just I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I can't even say that that's bad, because I think that's one of the that could totally be in the Remnants book that they published.
Them.
There's 2 creation myths for Faunus in that book.
Oh god.
I think Grimm were mentioned in one of them.
Jesus Christ.
Oh no.
But you know, this story would be a bit more entertaining. It's like, yeah, there are no Grimm. Why? Because they somehow managed to wipe them out, or at least contain them. It's like, oh.
Dust
Yeah,
was only discovered a few hundred years ago. They didn't have dust back when the Grimm were existing. Huntsmen just use their souls. The power of their souls, yes, the soul is a very powerful power. You can have it. It's called aura, and it generates a shield and a semblance. How does that all work? Oh, see, it's very complicated, and we'll tell you when you're older.
Drugs.
Drugs, lots of drugs. We take so many drugs, Ruby. We cut that crack like it's our job.
All huntsmen are just fucking tweakers.
And Dad can do that. Does that mean I can do that? Ruby, you ask the same questions every night. Go to sleep, gang. Don't you like bedtime stories? You read the same story for 2 weeks. But Grimm aren't real, Ruby. Everyone knows Grimm are just a fairy tale. Stop acting like a kid. Shut up. You shut up. Huntresses can be whatever they want to be, Ruby. Says the huntress, who is conscripted into the military because she's a huntress, according to the author. I'm really confused by this author. Like, I'm sorry, but no soldier is going to tell their son who's like, I want to be a soldier too. No soldier is going to turn to their son and be like, soldiers can be whatever they want to be. They don't have to obey the government.
That's not how that works.
Yeah.
That sounds like treason.
Do y'all remember that one story where they didn't have semblances and instead got powers from tattoos?
No.
No.
What?
Far Cry 3?
God damn it, Max.
Real? True?
I hate that you got wrong.
Anything.
You know what my favorite part about Far Cry 3 really is? The fact that you can justifiably excuse him having superpowers from the tattoos as him being absolutely beyond his fucking rocker.
He's high as a kite.
And
yes.
he is like, yeah, sure, he killed everyone in the settlement and retook it for the rebels, but he didn't do it by doing like a Superman 360 knife flip, killing like 12 people at the same time. No, in reality, he's like screaming his brain out, gunning them all down in their sleep, and that's just how his brain decided to process it.
I mean, there are hints that that's what actually happened.
Oh, I know. That's my point. Is that you can totally point to like Jason Brody being like this absolutely off his fucking rocker psycho killer, and it's great.
It really makes the mushroom mission that much more funny. Because you're like, oh, that was just him finally hitting like the peak of his high.
That was just peak
Mushroom
high.
mission.
Also,
At Far Cry 3, you take some shrooms and go on a spiritual journey while looking for one of your friends.
I hated that.
It was the worst mission. In
it
that
really
game,
was.
honestly.
I will say it's actually funny because there's a heavy hint that that theory is true, that Jason Brody's just off his fucking rocker, because the way his friends react to him is that, like, you come in and they react with, like, horror and disgust, and it's like, but I'm clean, like, I don't have any blood on me canonically or any injuries. That's all from Jason Brody's point of view. So all we can assume is that them acting like recoiling in horror, it's actually that Jason Brody just comes in with like blood all over him and like browning and like bullet wounds everywhere. He just looks, he just looks like this fucking deranged psycho murderer hobo.
You know, a reminder, one of the healing animations is one, resetting a broken thumb, and two, digging a bullet out with a knife. So there's a good chance that he missed a few bullets.
Yeah.
Missed a few. He'd be lucky if he didn't miss an entire fucking magazine.
But also there is a moment if you choose the sex ending where you actually snap out of your delusion and then you die.
Ah, yes, where she stabbed you in the heart.
Well, no, it's like quite literally. It's been so long since I remember the scene, but it was quite literally like you were deluding yourself that you were having like sex with her normally, and then like the scene fades into existence around you, and actually you're on an altar and she's raping you, and she's got a giant fucking sacrificial knife, and then kills you.
No, it was all you. No, you were always on the altar in that scene.
Oh, were you? Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and she pulls the knife from behind her back.
Right, that's what it was.
Yeah.
And here's the reason I remember it so clear is because I was like, I picked the one where you go with your friends. I was like, I need to see the other ending. It's like, why the fuck would he pick this? One, this girl is clearly not stable. Two, how did you miss the knife?
I mean,
Yeah.
she's related to Voss, so it should have been clear from day one that she was.
Yeah, it should.
No, the scary thing is Voss isn't the insane one between the two. That's the scary part.
He tried to tell you too. With don't you know what the definition of insanity is?
Yeah. Voss was a sociopathic asshole. His sister was an actual psychopath. What a winning combo.
I seem to recall his sister wanted to use Voss as the sacrificial lamb.
Hey, Max.
Yeah, I think that was mentioned. No, what have you just...
Arc dust.
I mean, yeah, it's very true. Every time I see this pop up, like, yep, true.
Yeah. John Arc wanted to help people. Sure, being police officer or paramedic allows him to help people, but those are short-term solutions. That's a very interesting way to look at it. Being a hunter was on the right track, but still too small scale. Creating largest dust company in reality with revolutionary new technology to save humanity? What could go wrong?
I hate it when people ask open-ended questions like that in a summary. Well, what could go wrong? Oh, I don't know. He could explode into fucking chunky salsa for all we know.
Well, I mean, it's not just that. It's just like, wow, I'm gonna make the biggest gun manufacturer in the world. That will solve more problems than... I will save everyone with my new bombs.
There's been a slight update to the Lavender Rareism mini story, apparently.
What the fuck do you mean, the Lavender who to what now?
Our favorite punching bag, Cephia.
No!
They made an update. They made a chapter update, and they admitted that they've been harassing Lavender Rare because they felt she deserved it.
Oh no, we already said that. I read that last time.
Did we?
Yeah.
Then what was the update they made, or did they just pretend to make an update to try and get it back on the front page? It's probably that.
They probably just reposted it.
Well, no, it's the same story, published January 24th.
Yeah, I'm saying they probably
9 hours ago.
reposted the chapter, because remember, replacing the chapter counts as an update.
I know. I was wondering if they had...
No, this is literally the exact same shit. Yeah, I bullied and abused them. They made me a 50-page legal document. Yeah, no, this is all the same shit.
Okay.
What the huh? What is wrong with you guys telling people to kill themselves? You're almost as bad as the Japanese.
This is gonna...
That's... Oh, good lord.
That gets a question mark from me.
What the fuck?
I have no idea what is that even referring to? I've never heard of
Probably
it.
the Japanese suicide forest.
Holy Gull says, I'm tired of these two losers. Oh, Jesus.
I think that's the sign to go to bed.
Oh god.
You think it's the sign to go to bed, eh?
Hold on, I haven't read Arc Dust yet.
Alright, you have fun with it.
John gazed into the shop in front of him, questioning the life choices
Wait,
that led him here.
wait. Did he gaze or did he gaze?
He gazed.
God damn it.
But listen, I need to know what kind of story I'm getting into.
Phoenix, we also already talked about that. If the sexual assault allegations are he invited the girl over, she lied about her age, he hugged her, talked to her over the phone, and then blocked her when he found out her real age, and then she accused him of rape.
I mean, sounds like the dude did everything right here.
Yes.
Within as far as you can when interacting with females, because, you know.
Yeah. Well, more like the glaze. Hey! Glaze, you know, semen. Dick sucking.
Boo.
Alright.
Thank you, forever did the cricket.
Vale Grand Dust Emporium. If there's dust in name, we've got game. It was no doubt stupidest catchphrase he'd ever seen, probably made by lunatic or super desperate or combination of two. On John's side before resigning himself to his fate. Not like he had anything to do anyway. John opened door with left hand, immediately assaulted by shockwave that might have resembled voice if it was several decibels lower. Welcome to Vale's Grand Dust Emporium. If there's dust in name, we've got name. John Blank shook his head, tried to dislodge ringing from ears. I'm already crippled enough, don't need to add going deaf to my resume. Isn't it we got game, not name? Old man who towered over John, feet not many could claim. Actually, John is not that tall.
John is quite short.
Compared to... He was still cucked into apologizing? Yeah.
What was Sean's height again?
Like 6'3", 6'4". John, a feet...
Which in Ruby makes him average,
small.
I think?
Yeah, he's pretty... Yeah.
Yeah, it makes him average, because then there's...
Then there's the 8-foot menace
Ironwood,
that is...
Ironwood out here.
Yeah.
Hazel Child Beater. Tallest of men.
What was Ironwood's height? It was like 6'6". Hazel's probably a good 6'9", 7 foot almost.
Hazel Child Beater.
The greatest of Chads.
Here comes Hazel the steel chair!
How did he get into the maternity ward?
Jesus Christ.
Oh no, he's got an iron! Run!
Curses, I knew I was forgetting something. Oh, old man gonna skin me a new one. Gods, does this person know how to speak normally? Please, don't worry about my impending demise. What can I do for you today, fine sir? Oh, he doesn't know. Better order some hearing aids. Man, this is some witty fucking comedy. My name is John. None of that sir business. I'm here to buy a B220 drill, variety of standard safety equipment. Alright then, John, give me a moment to sort out the paperwork and get the equipment. Do you have a dust proficiency license? I wonder if being shouted to death is covered in my insurance plan. Of course. Here, take a look. John hands over a card. Thank you, John. I'll check your credentials now. Hey, Ed, what in dust name are you shouting for? Why aren't you getting me my medicine? Did I do something to piss off the gods? Why is everyone shouting? Be quiet, old man. I'm dealing with a customer. Give me a minute and I'll get you your pills. Oh, well. Store was overstocked. Laser drill, safety equipment. I'm sorry, if you got a fucking laser drill that's literally portable and handheld, why is everyone using bullets?
Who knows?
I take it you haven't gotten much business. Is it that obvious? He looks defeated. I'll get ready. You'll be getting an increase in customers soon. John shook his head. I just got a feeling someone's gonna shake up the market soon. Me, I'm that person. A stalker decides to reveal myself. Eep, it's Ruby. I was scouting for Grim and saw how you killed that Grim with your arm brace. Did you tell your team you were scouting for Grim in this forest? From her silence, she didn't tell her team she was scouting for Grim in the Grim-infested forest. I have a brace that lets me use my legs at full power via ore consumption, but it's quite a strain. But you know how strong I am. Blah, 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 blah. Jesus Christ, this is fucking boring. Civilian, blah, blah, blah. Ruby, blah, blah, blah. My name's Summer Rose. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, so it's not Ruby, it's fucking Summer, and John's in the past. If I didn't think this story could get any more fucking boring, here it is. Here it is.
It's pretty fucking dull.
So anyway, John jumped into a giant crevice, and he fell for over 5 minutes at maximum velocity.
Well, he's dead.
He would be dead.
He
Oh,
then,
right, landing strategy.
he then activated his magical ring, which had gravity dust built into it that allowed
That's it,
him
I'm
to
going to fucking
instantly...
And so goes another.
He activated his magical ring that had gravity dust in it that instantly negated all of his momentum.
That's not how gravity dust works.
It is, yeah. The mass of the crystal, however, wasn't great enough to arrest all of his momentum. So he used the gravity dust he lined the cavern walls with to slow his momentum even more.
Oh,
Yeah, he lined the cavern walls in gravity dust so he could make a gravity shoot.
but then why would he need the ring? God damn, no.
Well, you see, he used the resonating properties of dust to activate the
Shut
gravity
up.
dust with other dust, and therefore it didn't use up the gravity dust embedded in the walls, it just used the gravity dust he was throwing out. So anyway, at the bottom of the pit was the single largest dust crystal John ever saw. It was gold, literally gold. The rare metal that was used in currency. The crystal took up most of the space within the pit, except for black crystals all around the walls. John took out his drill. Well, this time dust isn't going to mine itself. That's right. John found time dust. Yeah, time dust. Natural occurring time dust.
What's the author's name?
Let me tell you in a second. Thus, John started his most powerful company in the world, Arc Dust. The author's name is Yelling Toast.
That may be one of the people that PM'd me about a list of dust colors.
Possibly.
Because between me and Chinlamp, we actually had a very thorough list of the shit and ideas for what it would do. And I had a few people wanting to borrow the list for various projects. So
Yeah, anyway, it's a shit tier Zoomer story. Started in 2019. It's been ongoing for 5 years. He's got 12 chapters. That's right. 5 years, 12 chapters. This dude puts out a roughly average of 2 chapters per fucking year. And he's got roughly only 40k words out of this as well. So you're looking at roughly in 2040 for this story to be finished.
Oof.
So don't be thinking you'll get anywhere anytime soon. But, yeah. Yelling Toast. How new is Yelling Toast? Yelling Toast first made his profile in 2018. This dude's a fucking Zoomer. He currently updated his story in 2022 to be a college student. Yeah, he's a Zoomer.
Oh, God.
Yep. He wants to make a career out of writing.
Gonna need to write more.
Alright, let's see what his other stories are. 1 chapter, 1,000 words. 10 chapters, 30,000 words over the course of 1 year. Cringe. 1 chapter, 1,000 words. 1 chapter, 1,000 words. 1 chapter, 3,000 words. This guy could not stay on a single fucking story if his life paid him to do it. Let's see here. We got, he was tired of the fighting, of the stress, of the responsibilities, failing to kill the witch, failing to protect his love, failing to avenge her. That is until he met someone. That's right. It's an Ozpin times Summer Rose story. Very cringe. Of course, it died at 1 chapter in, because where the fuck do you go with it? King of Remnant. Democracy is an overrated concept. The only way to do it is by being a king. Confidence leads your subjects into battle with the knowledge that everything will work in their favor. What do you mean there's no more kings or armies to lead into battle? Preposterous. If there are none, why do I exist? A Ozpin story. Again, died instantly. Definition of insanity. Insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, but expecting different results. This individual grew up on Far Cry. What if the world doesn't give you a choice? What if the world forces you to be insane? Does that make you truly insane? A time travel time loop fic featuring John and Pyrrha. 1 chapter, dead, not surprising. Arc of a Phoenix. John's life was a mess. His father was a crippled, abusive drunk. His mothers and sisters were gone. On top of that, he had all these dreams about him dying, what his actual death would be, and blah, blah, blah. John makes a choice to stay as he is or rise up and face destiny. A story featuring Ruby, John, Crow, and Summer. I don't know how he got 10 chapters into that. That's the most boring shit in fucking existence. All's well as home. Whether it be human, faunus, or Grimm, Yang knew monsters existed. She knew that one day she would stop them. She has never expected that besides the Grimm, horrors beyond her imagination lurked. Okay, so it's an Eldritch Ruby story. Cringe as fuck. Grimm are not a separate entity. If you are going to make an Eldritch story, make the Grimm part of the fucking Eldritch. Otherwise, that's just dumb. You're stupid, author. 1 chapter, died in its crib. Not a surprise. So that's all for tonight, gentlemen. I will torture you no longer. We have gone on to many tirades. Sign, think about the words we have given you, and try and write something. And anyway, it's Friday. Go the fuck to sleep. We'll see you next time, because there's always more.